Hello, ladies and boys. How are we doing today? I hope you all doing swimmingly. Yes, today we ought to be finishing Halo Wars 2. That is the plan. Y'all are doing good. Good. Got a coffee brewing, so I'll have to, in a few minutes, go and grab that. Okay, my Halo Wars is not going to full screen mode. Let's see if we can get that fixed. Had this issue last week, I believe. Yeah, it says it's full screen, but it's not. Let me restart the game, because that fixed it the last time. There we go. Unfortunately, we're going to have to redo a little bit of the game of where we left off last week because the game, the way this game saves meant I think I lost a little bit of progress last week. Because I didn't save properly. The autosave to point there.
About 30 minutes ago, we lost contact with several of our landing parties on the new Halo ring. Shortly thereafter, we received confirmation of a large Banished invasion.
When a new ring is launched, the Ark activates access points, so Sentinels can finalize preparations. Atriox must be using these groups up.
We have to stop the flow of Banished reinforcements getting to this access point before our forces on the Halo are overwhelmed.
The audio for the game
Once
is
that's
coming
done,
through. It is.
we can send our forces up to help clean the Banished off the ring.
And Captain, if I may, please try to limit collateral damage while you're down there. The Foundry is literally the birthplace of the Halos. There's so much we could learn from it about slip space travel, gravitational manipulation, or building the biggest guns the galaxy has ever seen. Just don't blow it up.
Yeah, this is where we left off.
Local units.
Okay, yeah.
Supply
So we have
pad
to
constructed.
finish off. I'm good. Right. So the strat here, I figured out last time.
Leader point
Just
earned.
spam the Nightingales and other aircraft.
Turret constructed. Air pad constructed.
Another aircraft as well, I think, and we can also get up our capabilities to produce.
Supply
Thank you very
pad
much, Woodson.
constructed. Supply pad upgrade complete. Supply pad constructed.
Sir, yes, sir. Move out
Supply
with me.
pad upgrade complete. Local units.
I'll try not to enjoy myself too much.
Supply pad and another there. Alright, with that, all of that. Oh, we need also energy.
Supply pad
and
upgrade complete.
an armory as well, I think, to expand our max capacity of units.
Generator constructed.
Nightingale ready. Let me know where I'm needed. Sit back and let the drones do their work.
Yeah, I'm going. While I just let given I have to wait for these resources to build up. Anyways, just give me a moment while
Nightingale
I go.
here. Need anything fixed?
Get my coffee.
Armory
Give me
constructed.
a moment.
Hornet ready. Enemy spotted. Look sharp.
Go easy.
Nightingale under air assault, please advise!
Under air assault.
You're lucky I wasn't around.
I've got bogeys on my tail, can't do a thing about them!
And I'm back. Coffee.
All units.
Someone get them off of me!
Let's get you fixed
Taking
up.
out one of our vehicles.
Need some anti-air support, ASAP! That's job satisfaction!
Hornet waiting for orders.
All that to go and get the reinforcements.
Hornet here.
Basically, what I want is to get everything built up for one massive push. Straight towards the end.
Turret constructed. Generator upgrade complete. All units.
Okay, the only thing is I want to get rid of some of
Restoration
the
drone,
less
out.
useful units. Like,
On my way.
for example,
It'll be a cinch, boss.
All units.
Someone's moving out. Not a problem.
Lucky I was around.
Air level 1. Researched.
Spirit of fire actual. The barricade is cleared. We got a path to the foundry now, sir.
Units. Good work, team. Keep that scarab functioning. We can't afford to lose it now.
Under attack from ground troops!
All units.
Sit back and let the drones do their work.
I'm under artillery assault. Little help.
Restoration drones out.
Spartan 042 under fire from enemy vehicles.
Night.
All units.
If we don't destroy that base soon, we won't be able to
Banished
stop
base
the
detected.
banished.
Dead ahead.
Douglas, let's clean house.
I hear that.
Sit back and let the drones do
Reporting
their
for
work.
I'm under enemy attack. 042, under attack.
Taken out an enemy structure.
Spartan under fire from enemy air.
All units.
Another base down. Let's push onto the Halo Forge.
Let me know where I'm needed.
Get,
Let's get you fixed up.
blows up.
All units.
What do we have left? Right. Everything that's necessary is. Okay, we got
Coordinate
4
report.
nightingales for repairs. And a couple more hornets there. Can I cancel one of these? I don't think so.
Hornet reporting for duty.
Right, once these are done being built, we will push forward for the major assault.
Hornet waiting for orders.
Good, that's good. Okay, we're good.
All units.
Copy that.
Thank you,
Moving to
my way.
position.
Turret upgraded.
I'm under attack from enemy infantry.
Lighten them up.
All units.
I can do this blindfolded. I've got a hostile air unit that won't leave me alone.
Leader power ready.
Spin them out. I'm receiving fire from enemy birds. Can anyone assist? Reap the whirlwind. Come get some.
130 receiving fire from ground troops.
Moving out.
All units.
Banshee's incoming. Keep them off me. I'm a little busy.
We've got a welcome party waiting for us.
Anti-air
All units.
Sit back and let the drones do their work.
Under fire from enemy air unit.
All
Over.
units.
Let's get you fixed up.
All units.
Knock, knock. 042 is here. Nightingale under fire from enemy ground troops.
Leader power ready.
Go easy next time. These things aren't
Gonna get them
free.
anti-air.
Artillery deploying. Take out those blister bags fast.
Receiving fire
Got
from ground
this.
troops.
They're mine, sir.
Restoration drones down.
Can anyone take out that artillery before it blows me out of the sky?
Pull back.
All units.
And just get some more
I'm being harassed by enemy birds. More blister bags inbound.
of those.
All units.
We have anything that can take out those guns. We have hostiles. Over.
Hornet ready.
On the way. Need that enemy artillery taken out
Let the Nightingales do
ASAP. They
their
ran into
repair
a
work.
world of hurt. Moving out. Ugh. Got anything bigger?
Sit back.
Nightingale under assault from enemy troops. Need support. They won't last 5 seconds.
Hornets here.
All units.
Can we take out those enemy guns?
No sweat.
Let's get you fixed up.
I'm under fire. Request report. Over.
Station here.
Back them up.
Go easy
Morning
next
report.
time. These
Over.
things aren't free.
All units.
Under enemy assault.
We've reduced an enemy
That's
structure to
still-
rubble.
Lucky I was around.
Another.
I Another facility down.
I've got enemy vehicles on me.
All units.
Nightingale here. Repairs? I'm under enemy attack. Let's find them. Restoration drone down.
We destroyed an enemy structure.
Oh yeah!
Morning reporting for duty.
Walk in the park.
Leader point earned.
Okay.
All units.
That we should be in the clear
Gonna be a walk in the park.
to push forward. Easy peasy.
Leader power ready. All units.
Got Loki's on my tail.
Nice! Enemy air units trying to take me down. Let's get you fixed up. See you back in the mess. Nightingale under air assault, please advise.
Leader power ready.
Do their work.
All units.
Up there, sir. Restoration drone down.
Give a shell. East corner.
On the move. Enemy air
The
units.
Monster still loading troops onto the Halo. We're running out of time.
Under fire from enemy air unit. Over.
No problem. Sit back and let the drones do their work. I'm getting countered by the enemy.
Get some more air units.
Any chance of some anti-air
Bird.
support?
We've taken out an enemy structure.
Under fire from enemy units. Will someone get them off of me?
Reporting here.
I need some anti-air
All
support.
units. All units.
Awaiting orders. Reporting.
All units.
Trying to take me down.
All units.
Why can't I select anything?
Picking up the pieces.
Reporting. Waiting for orders.
All units.
I've got a hostile air
All
unit.
units.
The attack.
Why can't I control anything?
Restoration drones out.
Morning under fire from enemy air units. Do you read?
Our base is under attack.
Receiving fire from ground troops. Need assist.
All units. Local units.
Moving to court.
Whatever you need.
Got Loki.
All units.
Ready to serve.
On the run.
All units.
Making a mess of them.
I got
I'm being hit
control
by enemy
back, I
troops.
think.
I need support ASAP. Going.
All units.
Position.
You did it! They won't be able to send any more of their troops.
I enjoyed that, sir. What are our next orders?
We need you on the installation. We may have stopped the banished flow of reinforcements, but Atriox already has a sizable force on the ring. Use the access point to get yourself to the ring and set a charge to destroy it behind you. Jerome is already en route. Report to him when you arrive.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the
It'll be
redeems.
good to get the whole team back together again.
Another victory, team. Congratulations.
Alright. The game is not automatically saved. That we learned that from last time. back where we were last stream now.
We've stopped the tide of banished reinforcements arriving on the ring, but Atriox has already managed to gain a foothold near Alpha Base.
Our troops have been trying to reach the ring's control room, but the routes are cut off by a banished shield. We've got to get to that control room so I can deactivate the Halo's firing systems and plant our signal beacon. If I can't do that, we won't be sending an SOS back home. We'll be sending a very large and very live bomb.
If Atriox gets control of this Halo, he'll be holding a gun to the head of all life across hundreds of light years. We have to clear the banished off this ring. It's up to you, Red Team.
I'm still very confused to how the Ark has managed to have a ring ready this quickly. It's only been 3 years since the incidents in Hunters in the Dark, and the ring and the Ark was in terrible condition then. Any and all building resources it would have would be focused on repairing the Ark itself from the damage it took from the battle for the Ark. And the damage that it took, of course, from the misfiring of the incomplete Halo in Halo 3. It caused substantial damage to the Ark. So not only... I mean, the only notable thing that has happened here since Hunters in the Dark is the fact that Tragic Solitude is now dead, who was the administrator of the Ark. So that almost seems to imply that Tragic Solitude himself was holding back repairs, which doesn't really make sense, because he was really angry at humanity, about the damage to the Ark. To the point that he launched an attack on Earth in order to pull the resources needed to make the repairs to the Ark. His plan failed, which means that the Ark must have pulled those resources from elsewhere. Very curious.
Captain, your troops fight with a tenacity that almost matches my Jiralhane brothers. I'm impressed. You and I are survivors, and I respect that. So I offer you a boon. Take your troops, take your ship, leave now, and I will not hunt you down.
Did you make the same offer to the people you slaughtered at that outpost? We're not going anywhere. We're only talking right now because you know I'm going to take this Ark from you.
Look, treachery. These are the only reasons you still live, Cutter. Very well. I admire your spirit, Captain. But you've just sentenced your little ship to oblivion.
Stay down.
It's a wonder you stayed alive without me.
Always gotta show off, hey, Alice?
Who gets to take this one?
Figured you two have had enough fun. Spirit of Fire actual. We've secured the base, but our forces are scattered.
Regroup everyone you can, but the priority is getting to that control room and disarming the Halo before it heads towards human space.
We'll get it done, sir.
Barracks. Reports. Another supply pad. Energy. Actually, no.
Red team, we have hostiles at the barrier. Won't be able to hold it for long.
Hold the line, Red Team. All units delivered to DZ. Over.
Someone get these ground pounders off of me!
Supply pad constructed.
Over.
Our base is under attack.
Getting hit by enemy vehicles. Do you lead?
I needed a little exercise. Almost too easy.
constructed.
Scorpion, under fire from air units, over.
All units.
They'll wish they were never born.
Under fire from enemy.
Supply pad upgrade complete.
What's that sound? Like a little target practice.
Seen already? Alright. Oh, that's not
The installation has released a retriever. They're the Ark's most powerful sentinels.
So that's what a retriever looks like.
Heightened security protocols kicked in as soon as the Halo left the
There's a
Ark.
lot of feature of
That
the
may work
retrievers
our
in the
favor.
book that I was talking about.
On the move.
So now I get to see what one actually looks like.
I got it. Let's get you fixed up.
See, this is the machine that
All units. Our allies are in trouble.
Tragic Solitude used to prepare or launch its attack on
All
Earth.
units.
Lucky I
Thousands of these things. That's what he sent.
That wasn't easy.
It's only retreated for repairs. It'll be back soon. I've marked 3 control towers. If you can secure those, I should be able to take control of the retriever. Until then, keep out of its way.
You know, just for once I'd like a straight-up fight. There's the enemy, shoot the enemy, go home.
Go easy next time. These things aren't free.
It's 2. Okay.
All units.
Jerome here. I'm there.
What we got going on this way? Look, Nightingale want to leave right here to
Nightingale
repair their
en route.
artillery.
Restoration drones out. Scorpion en route.
Leave Scorpion there. Also needs garage. I want to build more Scorpions as well.
Air level 1 researched.
Turret drop right here as well. Help keep this area defended.
All units.
Enemy spotted.
All units.
Morning reporting for duty.
Not exactly a hard target, sir.
Be on the lookout for that retriever. It'll consider everyone here a threat.
Let's get you fixed up.
All units.
Reporting, sir. Let's focus on securing those towers, Red Team. Everyone's counting on us.
Take the Scorpion, leave that there.
I've been targeted by the enemy, over.
To upgrade this. Garage there.
Sit back and let the drones do.
Local units.
I'm taking damage from the enemy. Wiping out.
Taken out an enemy warlord. Turret constructed. We've reduced an enemy structure to rubble.
Shouldn't be a problem.
Gotta go and get the Scorpion back
Copy
over
that.
here.
Moving. Moving. On my way.
On my way.
Spartan, moving out.
It's upgraded now. Almost.
Headquarters upgrade complete.
There we go.
That's the first tower, Professor.
Okay, that's
Now I
opened up the
can
systems.
make
But I'm still locked out from the full solution.
scorpions.
If you take the other towers, I will be able to get control faster.
That's the Retriever. We need
All
to board
units.
that, I think.
Nightingale ready. Let me know where I'm needed. Restoration drones
It's a
out.
hollow decoy leaderboard to help distract the enemy when you are trying to take control of points. Okay, interesting.
All units.
Okay, so I think we're going to take a route
Leader
that
power
way.
ready.
And the
Confirm
decoy
visual on
thing.
hostiles. Over.
Target own units that create decoys. Use decoys to scout and trick enemy turrets and units.
All units.
On the move.
All units.
I'm under attack from ground troops. Over.
Taking him down.
Enemy target down. We've lost a vehicle to the
In
enemy.
my way. This won't take long.
I'm being attacked from enemy ground troops.
On the run!
They're not
Center
stopping,
down.
sir.
Let's get you fixed up. Scorpion!
We've destroyed an enemy structure. All units.
Have a visual on hostiles.
All units.
Enemy
All
force.
units. All units.
Say my name.
Lost
Spark
time.
130 is under attack.
Spartan under fire from the enemy.
All units.
Fine.
They're not getting up from that.
Hurricane Al is coming through.
Sit back and let the drones do their work.
I'm under attack from the enemy.
Some more units being prepared.
Douglas, Sierra 4-2, under attack.
Scorpion. And
Hostile spotted, Marines.
All units.
Go easy next time. These things aren't free.
We've taken out an enemy structure.
Under attack from ground troops.
Leader point earned.
It's been a long time coming.
Alice 130 under fire. Over.
Sit back and let the drones do it.
We've reduced an enemy structure to rubble.
I'm under fire from enemy infantry.
No
Over.
regret
Target
running
down
into
for
me.
the count.
Go easy next time. These things aren't free. I'm receiving enemy fire.
Allied base is under attack.
Hornet under fire from enemy.
All units.
Ready to go.
it's matters.
Get you fixed up. On the double.
Wake up, troops. Hostiles.
On the way. I've got bogeys on my tail. Can't do a thing about them.
An Allied base is under attack.
Sit back and let the drones do their work. Nightingale under assault from enemy troops. Need support.
All units.
Dead. We'll go. Nightingale under fire from enemy ground troops.
And the Hornet claims another kill. Hornet here.
Roger. I'm getting shot at by ground troops.
An Allied base is under attack.
Lost a vehicle to the enemy.
under fire from enemy ground
But I
forces.
think, just for the mobility, we're just gonna go for just areas now.
All units.
Repairs. Enemy ground troops won't leave me alone.
All units.
Ready to go.
Receiving fire from ground troops. Over.
Our allies are in
Making
trouble.
ourselves another airbed.
I'm under assault from enemy infantry.
Let's get you fixed up.
Vultures.
All units.
Forgot about vultures. They have them in this game as
Power
well.
ready.
That's what we really want.
Air pad constructed. All units.
Moving to position.
I remember in Halo Wars 1, the vulture just pretty much made everything easy. I assume it's as similarly as powerful.
Turret constructed.
Spotted enemy forces. Over.
All units. Air level 2 researched.
Easily done. Affirmative.
I'll drop a turret here.
Bad guy bites the dust.
All units.
Reporting, sir.
Vulture waiting for orders.
All units.
Taking on the enemy. Get it going. Hostiles harassing a Spartan. I'm considering a workout. Making a mess of them.
All units.
Alright, we'll try this again. The other retrievers right there. Shit.
On my way.
All units.
I'm there.
Replace them.
On the move.
Can I get some anti-air support ASAP?
All units.
I didn't see anyone walk away from that. Vulture reporting for duty.
Got eyes on hostiles, leathernecks.
Leader point earned. All units.
Taking on the enemy. It'll be a
After this
walk in the
again,
park.
what can I leave over here to just do? I need to leave something over here. Take care of that. Scorpions and leaving them at
Picked off
locations
another
we need
hostile. Over.
to keep defended.
All units.
Enemy engaged. I'm receiving fire from enemy ground troops.
Barrage constructed.
Vulture reporting. Over. You're lucky I was.
All units.
Reporting, sir. Making my way.
And back over here. And there.
All units.
Won't be a challenge, sir. Receiving fire from ground troops. Need assist. See you back in the mess. Enemy neutralized.
Scorpion, ready to whoop ass.
Yeah, Scorpion
break some heads.
leave. Yeah.
Moving.
All units.
Ready to go.
Confirm visual on enemy units. No trouble. I'm receiving fire from the enemy. Over.
All units.
I'm getting hit here.
This won't take long.
Sparkle down. Repeat, sparkle down. Get it back.
Oh shit, the Scorpion got destroyed right away like that.
Consider it done. Hostiles neutralized. Over.
Moving out. Garrisoning.
All units.
Moving to position. Getting going.
We have enemy
walk in
forces
the
in
front.
play. Over.
Yes, sir.
Hornet under attack.
Phoenix missile launched.
All units.
Under fire. Over. You got it. Sit back and let the drones do their work. Spartan in need of assistance. Send me over.
The paperwork
Under
will
attack.
take longer. Ready to go to work.
We've destroyed an enemy structure.
I'm under fire. Request support. Over.
That's
All units.
I'm receiving enemy fire. Over.
All units.
Go easy next
I thought
time.
you
These
didn't
things
care.
aren't free. Nightingale taking fire. I need support ASAP.
All units.
I'm getting hit here.
Lucky I was.
We've taken out an enemy structure.
Under attack. We have a down spark.
Go easy
Sending
next
forward.
time. These things aren't free. Lucky I. Show me what the problem is. Make way for the medic.
I'm under attack from the enemy.
They won't use that again.
We've reduced an enemy structure to rubble.
Vulture taking fire.
All units.
Target is down. Repeat, there target is down. Left of them. I've been targeted by the enemy.
We've destroyed an enemy structure.
I'm receiving enemy fire.
All units.
And let the drones do their work. Support coming through.
All units.
I'm under attack from the enemy. From the UNSC.
Alice 130 under fire. Over.
Make my way.
I've been targeted by the enemy.
All units.
Red team, we can't let the Banish take those points. We only have a limited time until that Halo leaves.
I'm
I
under
don't
attack
think
from
we're
the
gonna
enemy.
win this one.
All units.
Hit by enemy troops. I need support ASAP. Yes, sir. Nightingale here. Need anything fixed?
I'll try not to enjoy it, sir. Receiving fire from ground troops. Over.
I could do with seeing a medic, sir.
The enemy has captured Control Tower A.
In no time. I'm under fire from ground.
Enemy warlord is down.
Wiping out hostiles.
That's one.
You're lucky I was around.
Vulture there.
Vulture ready.
All units. Leader point earned. Leader power ready. All units.
I need chances of my anti-air support. Vulture moving out.
Moving out.
Hornet moving out.
I'm being harassed by enemy birds.
Got eyes on hostiles, sending coordinates.
I'm under
All units. Local units.
Three.
I've been targeted by the enemy. Over.
Sit back and let the drones do their work.
Hit me up on comms.
Going to lose. We need to turn it around.
Restoration drones out.
They won't know what hit them.
Is anyone going to help me out here? I'm a sitting
we are
duck.
go.
Go easy next time. These
There won't
things
be anything
aren't
left of
free.
them.
I'm under fire from the
The
enemy. I
paperwork
need
will take
backup.
longer.
Lucky I was. I need help against these vehicles. Over.
All units. Local units.
Taking them to school, sir. Hostile spotted. Over.
We've taken out an enemy structure. Local units.
I'm getting hit by enemy infantry.
Local units. Good work. That'll reduce the amount of banished reinforcements on the battlefield.
They won't know what hit them. Vulture ready for action.
You are ugly, even for a brute.
Hit me up on comms if you find anything.
All units.
Straight shot to it.
Vulture getting pestered by ground troops.
Local units.
En route.
We've killed an enemy warlord. All units.
Ready soon, sir.
Fortifying location. I'm under aerial assault.
Lucky I was.
Suit it up. I'll clear it for us, sir.
All units.
Engaging hostiles. Vulture under air assault.
Things aren't free.
One smoke. Vulture is a go.
Restoration drones out.
Leaving garrison. 130 ready to go.
Sit back and let the drones do their work.
Moving to location. Making my approach.
Local units.
On the move.
Straight there as well.
That helps speed things up, Jerome. I'm getting closer to taking control.
Units. All units.
Moving out.
Nightingale under air assault, please advise.
092 under fire from air units. Ready for retribution.
Have one of them coming
On
out
the
over
way.
here.
You're
lucky I was around.
There's
Another
going to be a
one come over
reckoning.
here.
Moving out.
We're halfway there, troops. Stay the course.
In need of some big
Over
guns.
here.
Consider it done. Hey,
Careful, that receiver won't discriminate between us and the Banished.
that's all the towers, Professor.
I'm in, but I'm going to need some time to calibrate everything.
So I've altered their points collection.
No problemo.
Being hounded by hostile air units. Over.
Local units. Local units.
Soldier en route. Locking on targets. I'm under fire from enemy ground troops. We're a vehicle down.
Local units.
Ground troops.
Sit back and let the drones
Another
do
one
their
bites the
work.
dust. Making a mess. Watch out.
I'm being harassed by air
The
units.
paperwork will take longer. You might want to stand back.
Under fire from enemy air unit.
Go
Over.
easy next time. These things.
The enemy has captured Control Tower B.
Yeah, of course I have.
I'm under fire from air units. One
Sit
side
back
coming
and let
through.
the drones do their work.
Flying out.
Local units.
Ready to go. Judge, jury, and execution.
Stay here.
the enemy!
What's broken?
These guys.
I have eyes on hostiles. Over.
Here.
Target eliminated. Under fire from ground troops.
Get another vulture. Oh, sit at A.
These air units are starting to irritate me.
All units. Local units.
Vehicle down. Over. Vulture under assault from enemy ground troops. Nothing like a little target practice.
All units. Local units.
Don't regret running into me.
Go easy next time. These things aren't.
Taken out an enemy warlord.
092 reporting center.
Need some anti-air support ASAP.
Say the word and I'll clean house.
Over here.
Moving.
Tango
Restoration
spotted.
drones
Lock
out.
and load, Marines.
We failed. The ring is now under Atriox's control.
Okay.
We've stopped the tide of banished reinforcements arriving on the ring. But Atriox has already managed to gain a foothold near Alpha Base.
Our troops have been trying to reach the ring's control room.
Captain, your troops fight with a tenacity.
Okay.
Spirit of fire
Losing all
action.
that.
We've secured the base, but our forces are scattered.
Regroup everyone you can. But the priority is getting to that control room and disarming the Halo before it heads towards human space.
We'll get it done, sir.
Let's get rid of that.
Red team, we have hostiles at the barrier. Won't be able to hold it for long.
Hold the line, red team.
Units.
Pelican leaving the DZ and returning to base.
Air pad constructed.
All units out and on the ground.
Our base is under attack.
See you back in the mess.
All units.
Won't let you down, sir.
Supply pad constructed.
Ready to serve.
Have a lockdown
Kill
mode?
confirmed.
I'm pretty sure the Wolverine had a lockdown mode in the previous
All units.
game.
Walk in the park.
Supply pad constructed.
I want to get the Spartans into Banshee's sec.
Exactly a hard target, sir. Launching. Do we have any anti-air support? Over. What's that sound? Because we didn't have enough going on.
Heightened security protocols kicked in as soon as the Halo left the Ark, but that may work in our favor.
Let's upgrade it ASAP.
Our allies are in trouble.
Pelican leaving the DZ and returning.
All units. Our base is under attack.
I'm being attacked by enemy air units.
Let's get you fixed up.
I have a confirmed kill on my target.
That wasn't easy.
It's only retreated for repairs. It'll be back soon.
These things aren't fair here.
I've marked
For
3 control
now.
towers. If you can secure those, I should be able to take control of the retriever. Until then, keep out of its way.
You know, just for once I'd like a straight-up fight. There's the enemy, shoot the enemy, go home.
Supply pad constructed.
Let me know where I'm needed.
Supply pad upgrade complete. All units. All units.
Let units work this over for now. And as the ground units die, we
Nightingale,
Place
take
them
focus on
with-
securing those towers, Red Team. Everyone's counting on us.
are better units. Better pulse
All
units.
units.
Enemy fire.
Sit back and let the drones do their work.
We've reduced an enemy structure to rubble. An enemy warlord is down.
Restoration drones out.
That's upgraded.
That's the first tower, Professor.
Okay, that's opened up the system to me. But I'm still locked out from the full solution. If you take the other towers, I'll be able to get control faster. Be on the lookout for that retriever. It'll consider everyone here a threat.
I think the banner space
I have eyes
is
on enemy forces.
lower priority.
Our base is under attack. All units.
Hostile is down.
Headquarters upgrade complete.
Under fire from enemy ground troops. Let's get you fixed up.
Cute. Vulture.
Go easy next time. These things aren't free.
this is a bit excessive. Another air pad, I think, is better.
Turret constructed.
Or actually, temporarily cancel that. Get
Sit back and let the drones do their work.
garage. And we'll have basically some of these
Vulture
artillery
reporting
units
for duty.
placed at our areas to defend.
Garage constructed. Turret constructed.
There's being work done. Fortified base. There are turrets. Yeah, sure.
Vulture here. Orders?
All units.
Let's work
Moving
forward
to
onto.
position. I'll clear it for us,
these.
sir. Got eyes on hostiles, Leathernecks.
Keep that under
Turret
control.
constructed.
And a Kodiak. I want a Kodiak just sitting here to defend it.
All units. Fortify level 1 researched. All units.
I got 3 Nightingales now. You of that.
Kodiak here, sir. All systems checked and
Kodiak
calibrated.
right here.
All units.
The rest of the
Let's go.
everything else going towards me except the Kodiak.
All units.
On the way.
There.
Confirm visual on enemy units.
Kodiak. Right here.
Let's go.
10-4.
Getting pelted by
Here
ground
comes
troops, over.
retribution.
Adjusting elevation. Acquiring target.
All units.
Won't be a problem.
I'm under attack from enemy troops.
Vehicle down. No survivors. Hostiles neutralized. Over.
Kodiak,
All
which is
units.
immediately.
Good
Sure.
as dead.
Okay. What do I do
Under fire from
to
enemy ground troops.
keep this place defended?
Let's get you fixed up.
All units. Leader point earned.
Everything
Get it
head
going.
over here, and we'll just leave one
Copy
vulture
that.
here.
Moving to coordinates.
All units. Allied base is under attack.
Restoration drone out.
I'm considering a workout.
All units.
I'm there. Easily done.
Okay. There's also this base here.
An allied base is under attack.
Yeah.
Tango
What
spotted.
do we do about
Lock and load,
that?
Marines.
Moving out.
Spartans. Bravo base is under attack. If we lose it, we'll have very little time to rebuild. Units. Local units.
On my way. Almost too easy. One last hostile to bother us, over. I wish they were never born.
An Allied base is under attack.
Go easy next time. These things aren't free.
We have enemy forces in play. Over. There won't be anything left of them.
All units. Local units.
It'll be a walk in the park.
Our allies are in trouble.
Won't be a challenge, sir. Vulture getting pestered by ground troops.
Lucky I was around.
Local units.
Picked up another hostile.
All units. Local units.
Spartan, moving out. Moving out.
Go after that tower.
Ready for duty. Eyes on hostiles. Over. Taking them to school. Under fire from ground troops. We are go. Moving. On the wing.
All units. All units. Local units. Local units.
House. Vulture moving out.
Under fire from ground troops! Another bad guy bites the dust!
Let's get you fixed up.
Local units.
That helps speed things up, Jerome. I'm getting closer to
Let
taking
them come
control.
over this way. Temple with the nightingales.
We got hostiles.
Sorry.
Somebody want to take out those
Vulture
vehicles?
en route. Always ready to serve. Read and understood. Being hounded by hostile air units. Over.
All units. Local units.
Garrisoning.
I'm there. It's ours. Freeing up the point.
Fueled up and ready to go.
Mind if we tag along, sir?
Locations here.
Restoration drones out.
Douglas, here and ready. On the move. Freeing up the point.
Leader point earned. Local units.
That's all the towers, Professor.
I'm in. But I'm going to need some time to calibrate everything.
I'll try not to enjoy it.
Hostile spotted. Over. That's a confirmed kill. Over.
Get some more vultures being built.
These air units are starting to irritate me. The enemy has destroyed one of our vehicles. Over.
All units. All units. Local units.
Roger.
Lucky I was launching Phoenix missile. Vulture waiting for orders.
Reinforcements level 2 researched. All units.
Enemy is sending in a warlord. Spartan Douglas ready. I'm under assault from enemy infantry.
All units. Local units. The enemy has captured Control Tower B.
We sent you away. You to
Flying
save.
out. Vulture reporting. Over.
Let's get you.
I'm under fire.
All units. Local units.
Vulture under aerial assault. Over. Got
You
some
can
pests
help
need exterminating,
reinforce.
sir. Making my approach. Jerome, under fire from ground troops. Spartan under fire from enemy air units.
All units. Local units.
On the way.
092 under fire from aerial units. Target eliminated. Heads up. Enemy forces nearby. Move to location.
Warning under fire from enemy air units. Do you read?
Sit back and let the
Local units.
Moving out.
Our base is under attack. All units.
restoration drones out.
Here to deal out some punishment. It
Hostile
won't be
ground
long.
troops are trying their luck.
Siege turrets.
Go easy next time. These things aren't free.
They need us some big guns.
We gonna push back or what?
Lucky I was.
Local units.
Good as there. Moving to position. They're as good as dead.
We're halfway there, troops. Stay the course.
Oh yeah, target ready. Spartan 130 moving.
I'm getting hit by enemy infantry.
Turret constructed.
Waiting for a target, sir. I'm receiving fire from enemy ground troops.
All units. Local units.
Going. It'll be a
I'm
while.
under attack from ground troops.
That's you. I wanted to there.
All units. Local units.
I'm receiving fire from the enemy.
We've killed an enemy warlord.
Double time.
Always ready to serve. We have enemy forces in play.
Careful, that receiver won't discriminate between us and the Banished.
Feeling fine.
Let's get you
Alice
fixed up.
130 ready for action, sir. Got
Target
orders for me,
eliminated.
sir?
I'm under fire from air units. Vulture is a go.
Taken out an enemy warlord.
Sir,
Lost Vulture to Retriever.
I'm under fire from enemy.
Local units.
Making my approach. Vulture moving out. Do we have any anti-air support?
Almost
Over.
there.
We've captured Control Tower B. You have total domination.
I'm under assault from enemy
All
infantry.
units. Local units.
Moving to location. Easy target. I'm getting shot at by ground troops.
Go easy next time. These things aren't free.
Hostile liquidated. Spartan under assault from enemy forces. I'll make it quick for him. Receiving fire from ground troops. Under fire from enemy ground forces. Enemy ground troops won't leave me
All
alone.
units. Local units.
No trouble. Vulture reporting for duty. Under enemy assault. Can anyone
Back and
assist?
let the drones do their work.
Vulture en route.
Airpad constructed.
Restoration drones.
Target
out.
is down. Repeat, target is down.
Nightingale reporting for duty.
All units.
130 receiving fire from air units. Over.
Combat station upgrade complete. All units.
Can I get some anti-air support?
Let's get you fixed up.
10-4, over.
Stay here. Let's get
I'm getting hit by enemy infantry.
Go easy next time. These things aren't free.
All units.
I couldn't save our vehicle.
Here to deal out some punishment.
you.
We got hostiles, team.
All units. Local units.
Hostiles neutralized. Over.
All units. We're almost there, team. Stay strong.
One of our Spartans.
Leader point earned. Air level 2 researched.
Whatever you need.
Nightingale here. Show me where you want me.
Jerome, under fire from ground troops.
Okay. Be careful, you guys come back
Axles, you
over
guys
here.
will break anything.
Flying out.
Restoration drones.
I'm receiving
out.
fire from enemy ground troops. Ready for duty. Let's fire them.
You're lucky I was.
Local units.
Exterminating, sir. Vulture here. Orders. They won't receiving fire from ground troops. Over.
The enemy has captured Control Tower B.
Vulture getting pestered by ground troops.
Go easy next time. These things aren't free. Nightingale ready. Let me know where I'm needed.
Under fire from ground troops.
An enemy warlord is down.
Yet
Local units.
from enemy ground troops. If you find anything bigger. Going full tilt.
You.
Leaving the
Outside,
structure.
you can.
Reporting for duty.
Alice 130 reporting for duty.
Be careful.
Liberating the point. Over.
Sit back and let the
I
drones
have eyes
do
on.
Watch out. The retriever is nearby. Stay out of its way.
Local units.
There. Keep my seat warm. Should have stayed clear. I've been targeted by the enemy. Over.
And
Vulture reporting. Over.
capture there.
Vulture under air assault. Any chance of repairs before I head out?
The vehicle and
Keep
troops.
your power ready.
There won't be anything left of them.
There's on it.
Our base is
Again.
under attack.
I'm being harassed by enemy birds.
Until there.
We've captured Control Tower B. You have total domination.
Strike there like that.
Show me where it hurts. Let's get you fixed up.
On the way.
Got forces here. We got forces here. So pretty good.
I have full control of the retriever. Get to the shield generator, Red Team, and I'll clear the way.
On our
Unite
way,
scattered
Professor.
UNIC forces. What do you mean by that? I have no idea what that
Professor,
objective
retriever's back.
even means.
But this time, it's under our control. For now, anyway.
Keep the area clear for the professor.
Stand back. Let's see what our new friend can do. We're in.
This is it, team. Get ready to defend the control room. The professor has to go down into the ring to deactivate its weapon systems and set up the comms beacon.
There we go.
You honored those we lost today with your actions. I'm proud of all of you.
So I was actually kinda decent, getting close to the power time.
Professor,
Kinda close.
what's the update at the control room?
I'm in. And I think I found the Halo's weapon systems. Once I've deactivated them, then I'll place the comms beacon.
Keep us updated. Jerome, Atriox will be sending everything to stop us. You need to hold the line and protect the professor in the control room until she's finished her work.
Won't let you down, sir.
The clock's ticking. We don't have time to drop a base and build it up. You're going to have to rely on turret defenses, so keep them up and running.
Fresh troops will be
Okay.
sent in directly from the Spirit of Fire as soon as they're ready to deploy. And I've got all the ship's weapon systems primed and ready, so we'll help as much as we can from up here.
Okay, everyone.
So there's gonna be
Let's
another
get to work.
like
Good
balloons
luck.
level, because I like that previous balloons level that we. Or at least that's how I describe that one level that we did last Halo War stream. So if it's like that. But I think this might be the final mission. So the fact that we don't have a base in this final
Have to
mission.
hold the banished back
That's
until the
interesting.
professor's done her work.
Don't worry, sir. We've got her.
I
And
think
it looks like we've got
this is the
company
last
right
level.
now.
Based off of the level selection screen that
This control room
I've
has a defensive
looking
shield,
at
but it won't last
earlier.
long. You just keep the wolves at bay.
I believe this is the final one. Alright.
The Spirit of Fire's
defend
weapons
Professor.
are at your disposal,
Control.
Spartan. Get the ship in the
Yep.
fight. Turrets and restoration drones are online. Call in support when you need it. The Spirit of Fire is standing by to assist, Jerome. Use everything you can. We have to keep the professor safe.
Okay. and-
It's a fine day for a barbecue.
Okay, so I've basically got infinite resources.
Marines reporting for duty. Got a full tank, and nozzles are hot.
Alright.
There's a massive influx of banished heading to your position, team.
Lock and load. No one crosses that line.
Turret constructed.
Eyes on enemy forces. Marines ready to serve.
Turret constructed. Turret constructed.
These guys are really annoying. Arm.
All units.
Under fire from
Double
ground
back
arms.
and let the
Can we
drones-
roast-
Turret constructed. All units.
From enemy ground troops.
Taking it.
next time. These things aren't free.
Hellbringer under attack by enemy vehicles.
They're trying to destroy the shield. I can't disarm this thing if I'm dead.
Marines under assault from
Marines
enemy
under
ground
there.
forces.
Now, nice and simple.
Turret constructed.
ESTs.
All
I think
units.
our only means of
Banners are
getting the
attacking
units
the
is
control
talking
room.
about ESTs.
A little distracting.
Red team, the Banished have warlords on the field overseeing their troops. Eliminating them will disrupt the Banished's chain of command.
Roger, sir.
Nothing like sowing a little chaos.
Fortifying location. On the way. I'm there.
We'll be sending in reinforcements directly from the ship just as soon
I
as they're
want
ready to deploy.
Snipers. Marines,
All units.
Red team, reinforcements are ready for you at the LZ.
I'm out, sir.
Everyone be ready to go, ASAP.
All units.
Reporting, sir. On the move.
There's also upgrade anti-infantry or anti-infantry.
Enemy spotted.
Anti-vehicle. Anti-vehicle.
Too slow.
Turret upgraded. All units.
Taking on the enemy.
Leader power ready. Turret upgraded. Turret upgraded. Turret upgraded.
Hold on.
Spartan, moving out. Moving to position. Securing. On the way. Spartan, moving out.
EST.
Wake up, troops.
ESTs.
All units.
On the move.
I'm coming this way, and then
They
we'll
ain't getting
sweep
up from
over
that.
to over here.
The enemy sent vehicles after us. Over.
Garrisoning. Moving to
Marines
position.
under fire from hostile vehicles.
Taking care of.
We're under
Got
attack.
our orders. Let's go.
Over.
Local units.
On my way.
Protect the professor. She needs time to disarm the Halo. Leader power ready. All units. Local units.
Taking him down. On the double. Warlord down.
Okay.
All units.
I'm under attack. Need a little help here.
Leader power ready. All units.
Taking on the enemy.
The garrison replacement there. Need to upgrade this.
We've got reinforcements for you now,
Anti-infantry.
Red Team.
Anti-vehicle.
All units.
What we can do. Fortifying location.
Pressure weapon. Nice.
Turret upgraded.
ESTs.
All units. All units.
Receiving fire from ground troops. Need assist. Not exactly a hard target, sir. They're as good as dead. I'm being hit by enemy troops. I need support ASAP. You're lucky I was around.
Leader power ready.
Time coming. Getting you next time. These things aren't free. It will be a problem.
The enemy sent vehicles after us! Over!
Steve's still down.
All units. Local units.
Moving! I'm there.
What's the status, Professor?
It's complicated. So many protocols. I'm probably halfway there. I need more time.
Make it fast, Professor.
We'll buy her the time, sir.
Eager to take
So many stations
ready.
there. Another chunk
This better be more than a
station down
scratch.
here.
Let's go.
We have reinforcements standing by for you, Red Team.
A chunk station there. Grizzly
Grizzly
tapes.
tank ready. Getting shelled. Need support ASAP. Lucky I was around. Better like me. Need guns on that artillery. I'm taking a pounding. Target. Restoration. Right away.
Marines under fire from enemy ground troops!
Moving out.
You sit
Next time, these
there.
things aren't free.
Receiving fire from ground troops!
If you sit
Copy
there,
that. Moving. Let's make
you sit
scrap.
there.
Marines under assault from enemy ground forces!
Lucky I was around.
Cheese to here.
Jump to it, hell jumpers!
Sit back and let the drones do their work.
Under fire from ground troops!
I want that target down.
Restoration.
All
ASAP.
units. Local units.
Let's go, hell jumpers. We've got our orders. Let's go.
Receiving fire
Let's
from
get
ground
you
troops!
fixed up.
Hog is humming and raring to go. Marines under assault from
No
enemy
easy
ground
next
forces!
time. These things aren't free.
Ring. Trying to collect a
Cyclops, good to go. I'm right on it.
We're under attack from ground troops!
Lucky I was around.
forces to penetrate over to this area over here.
Under fire from
Here
my hog is
comes
ready for the full tour,
stage
sir.
here, I think.
We're up, Leathernecks! Marines under fire from enemy ground
Restoration
troops!
drones out.
Welcome to the war zone, kid. Rolling up.
Under attack!
Sit
Leader power ready.
Receiving fire from ground troops!
On the job. 092, moving out.
There.
ready for the worst.
Marines under fire from enemy
Glad to
ground
hear the
troops!
tank join.
Let's get you
That
fixed
tank
up.
there.
Reinforcements ready for your command, Red Team.
Make some house calls. Show me where it hurts. Moving to location. You're lucky I was
Forces
around.
there.
Just say the word. On my way.
Hostile forces spotted.
Okay, so
I hear you, Control.
these will
Scorpion.
go
Marines
towards
under
there.
hostile vehicle fire! Do you read?
Local units. Local units.
focused.
I got a can of whoop ass and a bad attitude.
Local units.
So important some of these teams.
All units. Local units.
Got a special delivery for you, punks. We're taking out one of their warlords.
We're being assaulted by enemy vehicles!
All
There's a
units.
couple minutes too slow. Take
All
them
units.
out.
Local units.
The enemy sent vehicles after us! Over!
Tool right now. Back.
Moving to location.
They have sent vehicles after me. Rolling.
Local units. Red team, reinforcements are ready for you at the LZ.
Marines under
No
fire
word.
from hostile vehicles!
Sure
You
thing.
out and you out.
We got an incoming scarab.
What?
Of course.
Stay on target,
Scarab.
Professor. This is what we're here for.
Isabel, what's the status of that new gunship? We need it now.
The Condor's on the way, Captain.
Condor.
Nothing like live combat to test a
Condor
new
coming.
design.
My crew is ready for action, sir. Where do you need us, sir?
That is one seriously beefed up
We can't
Condor.
let it
God
reach the
damn.
control room.
Playback time. Make it hurt, guys.
Power ready. Leader power ready.
Blimey. Look at the guns underslung from this thing.
All units. Local units.
Warning
I
and
have everything staged. Operation right there.
receiving scare fire. Any support? What's my target, sir?
Reinforcements. We're here.
We're a vehicle down. I've been targeted by
All
enemy.
units.
Ready all weapons. Numbers crunched
Hostile
and
ground
loaded.
troops are trained and
On my
locked.
go. Deploying.
All units. Local units.
Moving.
Restate as well.
All units. All units. Local units. Come down and
Scarab is down. Professor, how we doing?
Just finishing up.
That was
Hang on.
actually not too hard.
Okay,
Take out
I've
the
done it.
scarab.
The ring's disarmed, and the communications relay is in place. Well, that's a little more complicated. I'm going to have to go down into the ring to set it up. I need more time.
We're counting on you, Professor. Jerome, hold the control room at all costs so the Professor can get back to us when she's done. I'm not leaving anybody behind.
Copy that, sir. Game faces, team. What's broken this time?
Shit. I accidentally called everyone.
Ready for the worst. Moving up. Ready to exterminate.
Show them how it's done.
Over here.
Warthog on the move!
Restoration troops out. Suited up and feeling beautiful. This better be more than a scratch.
Marines under assault from enemy ground forces!
Triangulate targets.
Coding, I think.
Leader power ready.
Here.
On the move.
I'm receiving fire from enemy birds. Can anyone assist?
All units. Local units.
We're getting hit from above. Over.
You're still away.
All units.
Spartan under fire from enemy air units.
It sounds like the Banisher tried trying to punch through the shield. I need some help here.
Can we get some anti-air support ASAP?
Give me a target and I'll make him disappear. I need assistance against these air units!
Let's get you fixed up.
Where's the Condor?
I'm under fire from air units.
The Banished are attached to the
Where's the
control
Condor?
room. It's a little distracting.
Sit back and let the drones do
I've got a
their
hostile.
work.
Got reinforcements for you now, Red Team.
All stations are go. Ready all
Keep
weapons.
control room shield over fighters.
I've been targeted by enemy air units. Over.
Watch out, team. The Banished have sent in artillery.
Will someone help me with these air units? Over.
Say the word, I'll clean house. Need
And
some
the
big
vultures
guns.
sit
Ready to do what needs to be
either
done.
side. This one
Hostile spotted, Marines.
there. Pretty forces that manage to punch their way through.
Roger that. I don't want to see anything left after
Go
we're
easy
finished.
next time. These things aren't free.
Crew to their posts. ASAP. Affirmatory.
We're getting pounded here.
Judge, jury, and executioner. I'll make it
We're being
quick for
assaulted
him.
by enemy vehicles.
The threat has been eliminated.
We're getting shelled down here.
Sir.
Sir, we won't be able to hold them off
For
indefinitely.
now, I'll be using
Professor,
the Condor as
time's
the
running out.
reactionary unit to where
Communications array is ready, Captain.
biggest fights
Send
are
it
happening.
yourself. Can't leave until the Banished are gone. I found something down here that'll help.
Whatever it is, it better work, Professor.
Crazy drones. Now,
Buckle up, guys. We're needed.
We're getting pounded here.
Shell down here.
Let's switch this into an anti-vehicle turret.
We're getting shelled down here.
Leader power ready.
This one.
you're lucky I wasn't around.
Condor ready. All checks green.
Artillery fire? That ain't playing fair.
Turret upgraded.
Getting blast from artillery. We lost.
Turret upgraded.
Roger that.
I'm under artillery assault. Little help.
Captain, he's back.
Put him through.
Still hurting.
You think you can stand against me? I, who defied the Covenant itself.
Here's your notice,
the Covenant.
Atriox. The Ark is our home now,
I
and
mean,
it's
the
under our
Covenant.
protection.
No. Actually, technically, no. Because this takes place in 2558.
Captain,
Halo
I didn't think you could make him
5,
any madder, but
which marks the end of the Covenant, happens in 2559, I
Taking out
think.
that artillery for us. Much
Go easy next
appreciated.
time. These things aren't
I
free.
think that's what it is.
Can anyone
Got them on the ropes,
Something big
Captain.
coming.
But it's only a matter of time before they send more.
Professor, what's the plan?
I've gained control of the Halo's gravity anchors, Captain. Get our troops clear and get ready.
Enemy vehicles, over. Enemy unit spotted.
Get those laser turrets ready. Scarab hasn't been in sight. He's trying to hold on. We're toe-to-toe with the Scarab. Very well. That won't do much good.
I need to divert something.
Somebody fixing up?
Might need a hand with this Scarab.
042 under attack by a Scarab. Over.
Steez.
Buckle up.
Another bad guy bites the dust.
All units. Local units.
Enemy spotted. Let's get you fixed up.
Dealing out the punishment.
Anyone get that scarab off my back?
Protect the professor. She needs time to disarm the Halo. Leader power ready.
Sit back and let the drones do their work.
Local units. Enemy scan. Our troops are clear, Professor. Whatever you're gonna do it now.
They ain't getting up from
All units.
There we go.
West Point. We have them in position.
Spanish, they've got siege units on their way.
Spanish has siege units inbound.
Professor, it's now or never. Show us what you got.
Ejecting the surface. I know that's one of the things that Halos can do. They can eject entire sections of the surface. That's what's happening. Yep, that's what's happening.
Hope this works.
Captain,
As soon as I saw her selecting an area of the surface, I knew what she was doing.
we are on our way. Get to the rendezvous.
With
One
all
thing I
due
didn't know
respect,
was she
Spark,
could be that selective with the area to
I don't
eject.
believe that's an option any longer.
Professor Anders, there must be
Oh,
some
shit.
way.
Don't worry, Captain. As soon as I'm back to the Sol system, I'll get that beacon out. It should only be a few weeks,
Professor!
and I can figure out how to get back to you.
Captain?
A Halo sent to Earth.
The other teams are clear?
Oh dear.
Yes, sir. ETA to the Spirit of Fire is 5 minutes.
Bring up the map. We have a lot of work to do until she gets back.
Aye, Captain.
We're going to double check which year this takes place in because a Halo being sent to Earth, this is the first time I've ever heard or seen anything regarding that. Not to mention the slip space stress that sending a Halo through slip space does.
You fought with honor and courage. A well-earned victory.
Because and this is a thing with slip space in Halo. It can get overstressed in a local area. and it may create a zone of area that slip space travel is no longer possible to do, and for centuries at a time, if it gets overstressed by sending something too big through it. A halo ring being sent through slip space is one of those things. So if it's been sent to Earth, that's going to be a massive handicap to the location that it gets to. That's it. Okay then. I guess that's it for Halo Wars 2. Unless there's like a post-credit scene where like a legendary post-credit scene that we'll check on YouTube, see if there's anything like that. Because Halo Wars 1 had a was it Halo Wars 1? No, it was Halo 5, I think. That had a post-credit scene that was only available if you beat the game on Legendary. So we're going to check to see if Halo Wars 2 had anything like that on YouTube. But still, one thing that was not answered here is how the fuck what sent the Spirit of Fire here? Because it wasn't the Spirit of Fire under her own power that got her here. She has no slipspace drive. She lost it in Halo Wars 1. Something sent the Spirit of Fire here, and that has not been answered. And the only thing that would be capable, I think, of doing that would be the Ark itself pulling the Spirit of Fire here. But who would do that? Because, of course, as I've mentioned before, the administrator of the Ark, Tragic Solitude, he's dead. He died a few years before this game. He was killed in the book Hunters in the Dark. So, what is going on?
And so, the Halo Wars ended, and the story of Johnny Halo concludes.
John Halo wasn't even in this game. Shut up, Snuffles. How are you doing, gentlemen elders? Right. But this opens up more questions than it answers. I'm going to presume that means that this story is probably going to be continued in Halo Wars 3, I guess. If and when that happens. That would be my gander. Although, in order for the Infinity to be able... Sorry, not the Infinity, the Spirit of Fire. Obviously, the Spirit of Fire would still have to be the star attraction ship in Halo Wars 3. So, whatever sent the Spirit of Fire here is again going to have to then send it to Earth. It's either that or... Unless they manage to put an upgrade seed into the Spirit of Fire, because honestly, I would fucking love it to see the Spirit of Fire get an upgrade seed. An upgrade seed is something which has only been in the book so far. It's basically a device that the Forerunners made because the Forerunners realized that there may be the rare occasion where they need to use a local systems ship and rather one their own. So they would have these upgrade seeds that would allow them to basically put the seed onto a ship and completely modernize it to Forerunner standards, or at least much closer to the Forerunner standards, to what was at least possible to do with what was at their disposal. If for some reason they didn't have one of their own ships available and they only had the local alien species' ship. I would not be shocked to see if there was an upgrade seed on the Ark somewhere. And I think it would be fucking amazing and cool as all hell to see the Spirit of Fire receive an upgrade seed. Because so far, there are no UNSC ships that have that kind of upgrade. The most advanced ship is the Infinity. And if the Spirit of Fire were to get the upgrade seed, the Spirit of Fire would then become more advanced than even the Infinity. And I want to see that happen, just because I fucking love the Spirit of Fire. She is such a cool looking ship. The UNS Infinity is, she's not really a looker, in my opinion. But now I can continue reading my books without worrying of spoiling myself on events here, like a fucking Halo ring being sent to Earth. This is something that has so far not been mentioned at all in any of the books I read up to now. So clearly, this is, well, this obviously a rather fucking huge development. Would they call this installation installation 04C? I would guess that's what they would call it. Because the one that was being built at the Ark before in Halo 3, that was 04B, to replace the original Halo. The original Halo 04, which is the Halo that is in Halo 1. Halo Combat Evolved, which was destroyed. The Ark automatically started construction on a 04B, and that would have been sent back to where the original 04 was. So there's also the possibility that without Atriox being in control of this slipstream space that appears to have happened automatically, it may be possible instead of being sent to Earth, installation 04C was instead sent back to the system that 04, the original, was sitting at. How many Halos there are? Well, it depends on how you count them. If we're talking about how many Halos there exist now here in the lore, and excluding the ones which have been destroyed, there are supposed to be 7 rings. In fact, there are technically speaking, there's actually it was only intended for there to be 6, in fact, because during the Human Covenant War, there was the first generation of Halos, and there were 12 of those. Those were all, well, 11 of those were destroyed due to the flood, the Ecumene flood war. Ecumene is, of course, the actual name for the species of the Forerunners. The Forerunners is more of a title. They're really called the Ecumene. But the Forerunner flood war, the original 12 Halos, 11 of them were destroyed during the war. And they were produced, these rings were a lot larger. They were 3 times the size. They were 30,000 kilometers across each. Whereas the second generation Halos, which the ones like the one that you just saw there being sent into subspace, that's a second generation Halo. The second generation Halos, there were 6 of them built. And plus that one surviving ring from the original generation means that there are 7 Halos. At least 7 designated Halos. Remember in 4? Fight on a newly created one? No? In Halo 4, Halo 4 takes place mostly at Requiem, which is the Forerunner Shield world. There are no Halos in Halo 4. Yeah, as of the 7 Halos that exist in the galaxy, installation number 4, which was destroyed in Halo Combat Evolved. Installation 05, that was the ring that took center stage in Halo 2. Is there a postcard scene? Yes, there is.
What's happening?
When Anders is on board, right.
We drove out of slip space. Good job, Ellen. We may have been safer on the Ark.
Alright, yes, this would coincide with Cortana's takeover of the galaxy. So that's what commanded the ring to go into slip space. It was Cortana. She ordered the slip space departure of the ring. And then had one of her guardians intercept it. I see. Okay. Oh, gentlemen, notice, the ring you're talking about in Halo 3, that's installation 04B, the one that was being built by the Ark in order to replace 04 original that was destroyed in Combat Evolved. And so 04B was destroyed at the end of Halo 3 because they did a premature detonation of its weapon system in order to cause it to destroy itself, which of course also did a lot of damage to the Ark. So, the shocking thing that most to me in this game is the fact that the Ark has managed to repair itself in the years, because Halo 3 takes place in 2552, Halo Wars 2 takes place in 2559, I believe? Let me double check that. Does Halo Wars 2 take place? Yeah, 2559. Right. And in the interim time between Halo 3 and Halo Wars 2, the only other notable event to happen at the Ark was the book called Hunters in the Dark, where the administrator of the Ark, like a similar administrator to 343 Guilty Spark, who was the administrator of the Halo 04, Installation 04 of Halo 1. The administrator of the Ark, of course, also had an administrator, which never showed up in Halo 3. don't know what he was doing. Maybe he was sleeping or something. The monitors of these installations tend to sleep for years at a time, until something happens at least. But, the administrator of the Ark, known as Tragic Solitude, was very pissed off at humanity because of the war, the fight for the Ark, which resulted in the premature detonation of the installation 04B, left a lot of damage on the Ark as that ring broke itself apart and crashed into the surface of the Ark, as well as the fact that High Charity also made its way to the Ark and crash landed on the Ark. I'm not sure how big High Charity is, but it's big enough to leave us quite the scar on the Ark. So all in all that, the administrator of the Ark was very pissed off at all this happening. He is known as Tragic Solitude. So in the book Hunters in the Dark, he basically tried to take revenge by revenge on humanity specifically, but as well as the rest of the galaxy. But he was particularly upset at humanity for the premature detonation of the installation 04B. So he basically he started a countdown on all the Halos to the Oracle. I mean, all the monitors are referred to as oracles by the Covenant, so it's not sure which oracle you'd be talking about, Gentleman Eldritch. But Tragic Solitude, basically, he started a countdown in order to force humanity, or at least for humans to be able to reactivate the portal on Earth, because the portal on Earth had shut itself down after the events of Halo 3, so when this countdown started, trying to remember, because the UNSC had a research outpost on one of the Halos. I think it was Halo Installation 5, which I don't think has been in any of the games. Or was it 7? Might have been Installation 7. Because I know that they do have at some point they discovered and set up a research outpost on Installation 7. But it was one of these outposts. They noticed that the ring was now suddenly counting down, so they, in a very large panic, they reactivated the portal on Earth in order to send a ship through to investigate what was going on the Ark. Tragic Solitude then sort of revealed his plan, is rather of how pissed off he was at Earth specifically. And that harvester, that big machine that we were fighting a couple levels ago earlier in the game, he sent thousands of those through to attack Earth in order to start literally harvesting material to bring back to the Ark to repair it. The main characters who were involved in the book were able to basically kill Tragic Solitude. They were able to, first of all, convince him to stop his attack. They threatened his life to stop the attack, and he called off the attack, but then he continued being aggressive to the point that they had no choice but to kill him. The Gravemind is just... A Gravemind isn't... I mean, there is the Gravemind in Halo 3, Halo 2 and 3, who was on board High Charity. But the Halos serve the purpose of, if the Flood ever come back, and they are not able to be contained or destroyed, it is the last call weapon. If everything is lost and the galaxy is about to be overrun by the flood again, and there's no chance of being able to stop them, that's what the Halos are there for. They're there to wipe out all sentient life throughout the entire galaxy, which would starve the Flood to death, which is what happened 100,000 years ago in the Flood Forerunner War. The Forerunners were defeated by the Flood, effectively. They were, all intents and purposes, they were defeated by the Flood. And in the very last day of the war, they distributed the ring, the new generation of Halo rings, throughout the galaxy, and immediately activated them in order to take out the Flood. The Forerunners would have come back afterwards. However, unfortunately, one of the losses was the Greater Arc. The arc that we see is actually called the Lesser Arc. Because it was made to build the newer generation of Halos, which were smaller at only 10,000 kilometers in diameter. So, I don't know, it was never specified how big the Greater Arc was, but considering the first generation Halos were 30,000 kilometers across, the second generations are 10,000 kilometers across, we can presumptuate that it was 3 times the size. And also, the Greater Arc was where the majority of the last bits of the Forerunner population were held up at. They had taken refuge at the Greater Arc, however, in the final days of the war, the Greater Arc was destroyed by a flood attack. So the Lesser Arc and the new generation of Halos, which are built in complete secret from the rest of the Forerunner population, almost nobody knew about the second generation of Halos and the Lesser Arc, as a security protocol, of course, so that the Flood would never be able to learn of this backup plan. So when the Gravemind isn't so much as a character as they are an amalgamation of Flood. So although that's the Graveminds we met in Halo 2 and 3 was destroyed, a new Gravemind could come about as long as there's a Flood infection that could conglomerate enough into a new Gravemind. In fact, there was a Gravemind in Halo 1. You remember how in Halo 1, Captain Keyes was being absorbed into a blob of flesh? That was a Gravemind, or a proto-Gravemind of sorts. Had that thing been allowed to continue to grow, it would have been similar and equivalent to the Gravemind we see in Halo 2 and 3. But that's why the Halo Ray must continue to exist. Should the Flood ever return and become a threat to the galaxy that cannot be quelled, the Halo Ray must remain in existence in order to be able to use it again, should the need present itself. I mean, the Great Journey is a lie. The Great Journey isn't real. The Covenant believed in the Great Journey, but it was a false truth. I mean, the great journey turning out to be untrue is what caused the dissolution of the Covenant. It led to the Great Schism, or at least it was one of the contributing factors to the Great Schism, which was of the splitting of the Sangheili from the Covenant, when the Sangheili got replaced by the Geral Hanai, aka the Brutes. One other thing that was not addressed in this game was the fact that at the end of Halo Wars 1, we saw that some Flood had managed to sneak their way on board the Infinity. Sorry, had managed to sneak their way on board the Spirit of Fire. And that was not addressed at all in this game. So either Serena managed to deal with that situation on herself in the 30 years that the crew were asleep, or maybe even more interestingly, maybe the Flood are somehow involved in how the Spirit of Fire got her way to. What do you mean the elites, grunts, and hunters left the Covenant? It's all more just specific factions of each individual grouping. Grunts just basically ally themselves with anyone who will give them protection, to a degree, of course. The grunts aren't particularly loyal to any one particular faction. In fact, there was the great Grunt Rebellion. Once in the history of the Covenant, there was the Grunt Rebellion, where the grunts, seeing that they were being treated poorly, rebelled against the Covenant. The Covenant then, in turn, glassed part of their planet, and that brought them back into order. As for the hunters, it's really across the board, depending where each hunter pair decided they wanted to leave their allegiance with. There were ones who were allied with the Sangheili in the Great Schism. There were some who were allied with the Covenant during the Great Schism. Yeah, in the events of Halo Wars 2, yeah, it is still that. It's just whichever group the particular hunters or grunts happen to be part of. It wasn't that they, as a species, changed side. It was just that the ones that happened to be with the Arbiter, who remained loyal to the Arbiter, those are the ones that stayed, who continued fighting on the Arbiter's side. It wasn't a species-wide decision, it was the decision of the individuals. And, like I was saying with the grunts in particular are known for allying themselves with whoever is basically giving them the best offer, so to speak, of survival. And the promise to not annihilate them. While the Covenant were in control of their area of the galaxy, they were loyal to the Covenant for the most part. After Cortana took over, when Cortana gave her ultimatum to the galaxy at the end of Halo 5, when she gave her ultimatum to the galaxy at the end of Halo 5. The Grunts were first and foremost one of the species who submitted to her. I mean, elites do say that, but I'm pretty sure that's just because they were just simply referring to the Grunts and elites that were Grunts, elites, and hunters who were there. I don't think they were any elite that was said that. They weren't referring to the grunts and hunters as a species. They were just referring to the ones that were there because all the ones who were there were loyal to the Arbiter. Because we go from Halo 2 and back into Halo 3, and we see most of the grunts and hunters we encounter in Halo 3 are Covenant. Or Covenant aligned. For the most part. The Covenant broke apart at the end of Halo 3, but the Covenant wasn't truly defeated until Halo 5. When the Arbiter had his final victory against the final stronghold of the Covenant. Halo 5, of course, takes place also in 2559, or 2558, actually, no. Halo 5 takes place in 2558, 1 year before Halo Wars 2 began. Okay. Right. Takes place, well, near the end of 2558. So while Atriox and all this fighting was going on at the Ark, Cortana had already made her declaration quite some time ago. It's just, I guess, I mean, the Ark is positioned outside of the galaxy. So once the ring was ready to take, she ordered it to come, I guess. And was greeted to a location where it was immediately greeted by a Guardian. There, as we saw in the post-credit scene. Atriox is, of course, one of the factions of people who are not submitting to Cortana. Cortana is quite busy right now, trying to fight every single sentient planet, basically, that isn't actively submitting to her. So, they can't immediately respond to every situation, I guess. Especially with a location so far away from the galaxy as the Ark is. Right, but with that done now, I can now finish reading. I don't remember the name of the book that I'm currently reading, but I was getting lore on Atriox. In the book that I'm reading right now, I was suddenly getting information about orders being sent from Atriox over to Castor, which is Castor is a recurring brute character in the books. He's been in like 3 or 4 books now. He was leader of a sect known as Keepers of the One Faith, I think. But they're basically Covenant loyalists, or they want to create a new Covenant, so to speak. But it sounded like from this book that they're now submitting themselves to Atriox, because Atriox is currently the most powerful ex-Covenant faction out there. Alright. Well, I think that's basically it. Until I finish reading a couple more books that I need to finish reading. I need to get through 3 or 4 games. Yes, the one that I'm reading right now, I've remembered, is Shadows of Reach. And in the book, at least where I am in the book, I'm only a few chapters into the book, but it deals with John and the rest of the Blue Team taking on an operation on Reach, because apparently the foreigner base that was supposed to be destroyed in Halo Reach, if you remember that particular storyline, how they went underneath Sword Base to ensure it doesn't fall into Covenant hands. Well, apparently there's something that survived that they find is a key to taking down Cortana. So that's what's going on in the book, and it seems like Atriox was aware that there's something of value on the Ark. Actually, right, the book is saying that there is a portal on Reach somewhere, because there are multiple portals to the Ark. The one on Earth is just one of them. Apparently, there might actually be one on Reach somewhere. And Castor, as well as many other brutes and those who are allied to Atriox, are currently searching Reach for this portal in order to because they want to reinforce Atriox. But they can't do that until they get a means to get to the Ark. How Atriox got to the Ark, I have no idea. Granted. I have no idea how Atriox got to the Ark. Maybe, and he could have just taken his ship, which has now been destroyed, which was destroyed earlier in the game. But that would require a lot of customization to the ship to upgrade its hyperspace drives to make it a possible journey. Without taking years for... I mean, a normal Covenant ship would be able to make that journey. However, it would probably take years. And I don't think he would have done that. Not without upgrading the engines of his ship significantly. So that's what's going on in the book. And when I learned that that is what was going on, I stopped reading there because I didn't want to have any more spoilers to what was going on in Halo Wars 2, and that's where I stopped reading when I got to a chapter where I was describing why Castor and other brutes are on Reach, trying to find a portal to get to the Ark. Welcome back, Winston. I think we could now do YouTube, perhaps? Yeah. Just make sure I got nothing up here. Would be problematic. We're good. Now you got the Master Chief Collection at the last stream sale, so it should replay through these. Ah, yes, you should. Alright. Let's see if there was a Halo Wars 2 legendary ending. There we go. Is there a legendary ending? Doesn't look like there is. That final level, that was a fairly easy level. Okay, I won't peruse too much because I don't want to end up accidentally spoiling myself because YouTube doing something stupid like suggesting something from Halo Infinite, which would be spoilers for me. Right. So I don't think there, based off of those search results, I don't think there was a legendary ending. Let's actually Google it. Does Halo Wars 2 legendary ending? Right. This is an interesting theory right here. Because the Halo 5 had included a ring, right? That could be the ring that Anders was on. It's an interesting theory. I like it. Many things to think about. Many things to think about. Any other lore questions there, gentlemen, notice before we delve into just YouTube watching, I guess? Let's also update the stream category to chatting. Stream category updated. Kurzgesagt. I am quite behind on the Kurzgesagt. Let's get ourselves caught up on Kurzgesagt, shall we?
About yourself.
Okay, so we did the math. You are dead. Kurzgesagt.
Absolutely everything you think about yourself and the universe could be an illusion. As far as you know, you are real and exist in a universe that was born 14 billion years ago and that gave rise to galaxies, stars, the Earth, and finally you. Except, maybe not. You may actually not exist for real, but be the dream of a dead universe. You and everything you think exists. Crazy as it sounds, this may be an unavoidable consequence of our best scientific theories about the universe. Okay, this is a bit much. Let's start at the beginning. We need to understand three concepts for this idea to make sense. 1. The arrow of time. What distinguishes the past from the future? Put a drop of red ink into a glass of water, and you see the ink spread until it fills the container, but never the opposite. Colored water where ink spontaneously concentrates and becomes a drop at the surface again. Time always seems to flow in the direction in which the ink spreads. But if you take a microscope, all you will see will be a swarm of molecules colliding at random. There are no rules, no forwards and backwards. every individual motion that happens can occur in reverse. But we perceive a sort of arrow of time that makes things happen in one direction. How does this phenomenon occur? Well, this arrow of time is not actually fundamental, but a matter of probability. When ink molecules spread to fill a glass, there are many different slots of space they can occupy, and therefore many different possibilities to combine them. And just like your chances of winning the lottery grow the more tickets you have, the probability that ink molecules will end up filling the glass is much higher than the probability that they'll concentrate in just one spot. So it's not that the ink forming a drop again is forbidden by the laws of physics, it's just extremely unlikely. To see it, you'd have to wait about 10 to the power of 100 sextillion years, a 1 followed by 100 sextillion zeros. If you had this much time to spare, eventually, by pure random chance, you'd see a red blob form again. Actually, with enough time, you could see any shape forming, like, for example, a small, red, soggy brain. Okay, let's move on to idea 2. 2. The far future of the universe. Our universe was born 14 billion years ago in the Big Bang. It expanded and evolved to give rise to the myriads of galaxies and things. In other words, the universe is kind of a glass of water with a lot of ink doing stuff. It has an arrow of time. But the universe is not a static glass, it seems to be getting bigger at an ever-increasing speed because of dark energy. Basically, everything in it is getting more and more diluted. In about 100 trillion years, the last star will die. Then, few interesting things will happen for the next few decillions, vantillions, and googles of years. Eventually, the universe will be a dark place fully dominated by dark energy, a rapidly expanding ball of pure space almost devoid of matter. You might think that this would lead to the ultimate death of everything, but dark energy has one last surprise for you. In a universe dominated by dark energy, space expands so dramatically that it creates a cosmic horizon around you, a border beyond which nothing will ever be able to reach you, not even light. So for every practical purpose, the universe has become a glass of finite size about 36 billion light-years wide, surrounded by an impassable cosmic horizon. Such a universe glass is basically a giant black hole turned inside out. We know that due to quantum effects, all black holes emit a tiny amount of particles, a phenomenon known as Hawking radiation. And so does our inside-out black hole. In the end, this radiation will fill the universe glass with particles again. At this point, so far in the future that giving you a number has no more meaning, we've reached the true final state. The universe has now become a closed box full of particles at an extremely low but finite temperature. And since they have a temperature, they undergo random motions. Or in other words, a glass filled with water and ink and an infinite amount of time ahead. Things are about to become interesting again. 3. Typing monkeys and fake universes. Eternity is a long time.
Here.
So now, even the most extremely unlikely things can happen. The fluctuating particles are bumping into each other over and over and over again, creating every combination of particles that's possible. They're like a monkey typing at random on a typewriter. Almost all of the time it types gibberish. But with enough time, eventually it will write the first acts of Hamlet. And with even more time, the complete works of Eminem. If ink in our universe glass generates any random arrangements of particles, what could they be? Well, a spontaneous fluctuation could give rise to a planet, or to a galaxy, or even to a lot of them. So maybe our universe has already ended, and all we see around us is a pop-up universe. Not a universe that evolved from a Big Bang, but one that fluctuated into existence by pure chance. And that, like the drop of ink, will only exist for a while before dissolving again. Being random, pop-up universes could be similar to ours but with funny glitches. In some of these universes, dinosaurs are riding snails. In another, stars are made of blueberries. In another, you're wearing a funny hat. Scientists in such universes wouldn't understand those glitches, so maybe the greatest mysteries of physics are just nonsense bugs of our pop-up universe. But not all possible fluctuations of our dead universe have the same probability of occurring. Smaller fluctuations are much more probable than bigger ones. A planet is more likely than a galaxy. But you know what's even way more likely? A human brain. Are you actually just a brain? You think, therefore you exist. But what else do you truly know? In the end, your brain is just interpreting signals from your senses and creating a world that you experience. So technically, you could be just your brain that thinks the world is real. And if we follow the logic of the Ink in the Universe class, in particular, you could be a disembodied brain that, just by chance, emerged in a dead universe with your complete set of knowledge and memories. This is a pretty bizarre idea, but if we do the maths, it's kind of pretty solid. Let's compare the number of brains inside bodies in a living universe with the number of naked brains in a dead universe. Let's go really big and imagine that a total of 100 quadrillion humans will live around Earth, and that the same amount of people will live around every star in the universe. If we add this together, we get about 10 to the power of 41 brains inside bodies that will exist. However, in a dead universe that has had enough time to explore all possible fluctuations and that will exist forever, the number of naked brains that would emerge is, well, infinite. So the probability that you're a floating brain is not only vastly larger than the probability that you're a real human, it's so inconceivably larger that we can't even meaningfully quantify the difference. How do you compare a number to infinity? So, are you a floating brain that exists for one moment in time, then basically forever passes, and then you exist for another moment in time? Maybe not even in that order. Maybe your life happens backwards, and you just don't notice. Maybe you've lived trillions of times already. Are you the dream of a dead universe? Really? Like, really? Well, probably not. First of all, there are a few loopholes. For example, dark energy could behave completely differently from what we think today and lead us to another future. Or maybe our dead universe will be too motionless to allow the creation of brains, even with infinite time. Or maybe the universe will end up dying in another way. Our understanding of the cosmos doesn't have a solid enough foundation for anyone to worry if they're real or not. Loopholes aside, if you were a fluctuating brain, all the laws of physics stored in your brain would have originated at random and shouldn't bear any relation to the real world. But we just used those laws to prove that you're a floating brain. So even if you believe that you are a floating brain, you'd have to admit that you have no good reason to believe that you are actually a floating brain. Okay, so this hallucinatory trip might teach us something about our theories about the universe. But in the end, it's just a really weird exercise in what you can do with physics. An exercise of what brains and bodies are able to think about. So don't worry, you're not a dream of the dead universe. Probably. At Kurzgesagt, we love discussing topics like Boltzmann brains because we're convinced that taking science and philosophy seriously is really important for having a positive impact on the world.
But I wouldn't agree
We're
with
lucky
it.
because this is our job, doing something impactful we also enjoy. If you're also aiming to make a positive difference, where should you start? Well, we've noticed a lot of advice about having a positive impact isn't based on the best available evidence. Today's sponsor, 80,000 Hours, aims to offer some that is. 80,000 Hours is a non-profit career advice organization that wants to help people find fulfilling careers that also do a lot of good in the world. And their advice is free to read online without any hidden cost or fee later on. They've spent the last decade compiling and conducting research into topics like how much impact can one person actually have? And what are the best ways to make a positive difference on important global issues? And like us, they care a lot about making sure their work is based on the best available evidence and consultation with experts. You can read their main takeaways and actionable advice in their free online career guide that's recently got a massive update for 2023.
Yeah.
If you'd like to read it for yourself and start working towards a career that's both meaningful and helps solve one of the world's most pressing problems, then you can find it all completely free at 80,000hours.org/Kurzgesagt.
Alright. Am I a floating brain in the dead universe? Probably not. And if I were, I have a terrible imagination. Thank you, Winston, for the Twitch redeem. Oh, do you think you're a floating brain in the dead universe? Have a drink. Actually, go to the bathroom as well, so we'll do it with a BRB screen. bit. Yes, so the big thing with this video that I think really confused me was its interpretation of the edge of the universe. So, at least it's one that I don't agree with by quite a fair amount. If the universe had an edge, I can understand how the theory would work, but the way they presented it, at least, made very little sense. Alright, let's move on to our next Kruzgesagt video. Why Korea is dying out.
Every 2 years, 1 million Japanese disappear. China's population will halve by the end of the century. The median age in Italy has reached 48. All around the world, birth rates are crashing. Is humanity dying out? What's going on, and how bad is it?
Yeah, just birth rates. Populations are going down, which is a good thing for everyone. Except for the economies. I think the economies kind of revolve around there being continuously more people, but that's a minor issue. Well, it's a big issue, but it's one that I think it's better for us to adapt to than to try to keep the status quo of continuous population growth, because that's not good for the planet.
For hundreds of thousands of years, the human population barely grew at all, haunted by disease, famine and war until the Industrial Revolution. Exponential progress led to exponential growth, pushing our numbers to 6 billion in the year 1999 and 8 billion just 24 years later. And our numbers will continue to rise for at least another 60 years, but this growth obscures something. People kind of stopped having babies. For a stable population, every couple needs to have 2 children on average. If the number is higher, it grows. If lower, it shrinks. If it's well below, it shrinks a lot and quickly. Like in South Korea, one of the hottest exporters of pop culture. Its fertility rate lay at 0.8 children per woman in 2022, the lowest in the world. This means 100 South Koreans of childbearing age today will have 40 kids, who then will have 16 kids, who then will have 6. If nothing changes, then within 100 years, there will be 94% fewer young people and South Korea will see a population implosion. That is, if things stay the same. We have yet to see if there's a bottom to fertility rates. Although looking at the bigger picture and absolute numbers, this population will not shrink that much. It simply returns to the level it once was. In 1950, there were 20 million South Koreans. In 2023, there are 52 million, and by 2100, there will be 24 million again. But the issue is not that there will be fewer South Koreans, the issue is the composition of the population. In 1950, the median age was 18. In 2023, it's 45. In 2100, it will be 59. A country of seniors. And South Korea is far from alone. China may be seeing the steepest population reversal in history, unstoppable at this point. Rapid industrialization, urbanization...
Yeah, something similar is indeed happening in China already, because I'm aware how one of the issues China is having in their military affairs is the fact that people are reaching retirement age faster than they're recruiting. So even though the population hasn't nosedived yet, it is going down and it's becoming more and more predominated by the elderly, that it's becoming a problem there. It's good for us, in a way, for their military to be having those kinds of issues, but that's another matter entirely.
And rising incomes meant that the Chinese started to prefer smaller families. That, plus the introduction of the one-child policy, which aimed to slow population growth, means that China has had a low fertility rate for decades. With a fertility rate of 1.16 births per woman, within 4 generations, 100 young Chinese will turn into 20. China's fertility rates are now one of the lowest in East Asia, lower than even Japan's. In comparison, Europe's depopulation is much slower despite low fertility, since unlike Asia, most states have had a steady flow of immigrants. The impact is complex, as a good chunk of immigrants come from other low fertility rate areas. The number of immigrant women who do have a lot of children is not yet high enough to make a big dent, and fertility rates of immigrants tend to adjust to the native population within 2 to 3 generations. In Eastern Europe, the decline has sped up even more because many young people have emigrated to stronger economies like Germany, whose median age is one of the highest in the world at 46. Latin America fell below replacement in 2015. In the US, immigration is the only thing keeping the population growing substantially. There are still places where fertility rates have not fallen below replacement yet. In much of the Middle East, North and Sub-Saharan Africa, fertility is still high, which creates the same concerns about overpopulation as when Asia grew very quickly in the 1950s, but that turned out to be unfounded. But recently, the UN has reduced its forecast for Africa's population drastically. For Nigeria, estimates were lowered from 733 million to 546 million by 2100. Similar trends are being noted across the continent. As Africa develops, fertility rates...
I'm going to presume that has to do with the advancement of their society maybe going faster than anticipated, which is a good thing. Wrong, that's a good thing, but maybe that's having an impact faster than initially estimated. That's my presumption.
Rates are shrinking much faster than anticipated. It's becoming more likely that East Asia's story will repeat itself. By the end of the century, most places in Africa may be below replacement too. So declining birth rates and aging populations have become a general trend all over the world. Why is all of this a big deal? Demographics and poverty. For a functioning society, you need enough people in the prime of their lives. Young and middle-aged people do most of the work. In any economic system, working-age people create a society's wealth. In retirement, you stop contributing as much to the economy. But the majority of healthcare costs are generated by seniors. The way the world worked in the past was that a lot of younger people took care of a few older people. Imagine a society where most people are older than 60. The financial burden for the young will be immense, unsustainable even for the richest countries. Even in the best case, this will mean people having to work way longer, exploding healthcare costs and poverty, while states with shrinking incomes struggle to keep up with rising costs. Technology might soften the blow, but can't compensate entirely. We can see this happening already. 11 out of 31 provinces in China are running deficits for their pension funds. They got old before they got rich, and now they can't really catch up anymore. China's working-age population is predicted to fall by 20%, or 200 million people by 2050, as much as today's entire working-age population of the US. Infrastructure collapse is an almost universal constant of population decline, because infrastructure works at scale and doesn't get cheaper to operate if it's used by fewer people. If a population declines, be it because of urbanization or the loss of industry and employment, once people and their income disappear, the resources necessary to sustain infrastructure disappear too. You can see it in many depopulated towns and cities in East Germany that suffered sharp population decline after German reunification. Or look at Japan. You can tour the countryside to see dying towns. Wait, if there are few people, won't life get cheaper and better, and there'll be more resources to go around? Well, no. Population decline doesn't lead to prosperity. It's people's ideas and work that create our prosperity, not the mere availability of resources. Another danger for aging societies is that elected governments could decide to mostly represent the interests and fears of their elderly populations, potentially leading to short-term thinking and a preference for conserving wealth over innovation. That's not a society that can handle issues like climate change, which need massive investment and fresh ideas, something the world is already having a hard time with. Many people think that having fewer humans on Earth is actually a good thing because our societies are too...
Yeah, so in a way, you could actually say that an elimination of elderly people, which is what happened due to COVID, particularly harming the elderly. That was actually, as horrible as a thing that was, Little bit of silver lining right there. Gave us probably a few more years to be able to figure out these issues.
Unsustainable. We're using up too many resources and because of climate change. The problem is that even if you want fewer humans, this process is very likely too slow to have a positive impact on the environment. The world population is going to grow for at least 60 more years before it may shrink again. By then, we have to solve climate change. Likewise, any other upsides a lower population might have will most likely not materialize themselves this century. So, just like import people, the easiest solution seems to be immigration, but the fertility of immigrants adjusts to local levels within 3 generations. So you need a constant influx of new migrants, which is not sustainable long-term as birth rates are dropping everywhere. The only way would be to keep poor countries poor so that the young and motivated migrate to developed countries looking for opportunity.
Yeah, because the issue is, of course, that the people who are migrating and bringing in this population boost, that's going to be continuously dwindling as the countries that these immigrants are coming from are also going through the process of modernization where they themselves produce less children. At which point, there's going to become a point where having immigrants coming in on the regular is no longer going to boost the population. Because these people won't be having many children once the places that they're from normalize that ideology.
And a better life. Kind of an immoral thing to wish for. By the end of the century, Africa will have the highest number of young people in the world, and so African migrants might become the world's most sought-after immigrants, with elderly nations fighting hard for every person willing to make the move. Immigration can also create societal or cultural tensions, which is a universal phenomenon in all cultures, especially when cultures with very different sets of values meet, often leading to a backlash that slows immigration down again. It's easy to be frustrated at this, but ignoring this will only divide societies, empower demagogues, and increase xenophobia. Economically, immigration is largely beneficial for societies, even if this seems counterintuitive to many people. Especially countries like the US, an immigrant nation built on the idea of personal freedom and opportunity through hard work, will benefit the most. Countries like this will have a clear advantage this century, especially if they can attract the world's brightest and most ambitious. Conclusion and our opinion. This topic is way too big, affects societies as diverse as literally all of humanity. So please take this part with a gigantic grain of salt. Obviously, we're looking at this from our Central European perspective. One way to look at falling birth rates is as a side effect of the world being less bad than it was. Especially women are freer, more educated, and wealthier than in the past. But it turns out that if societies are better off, individuals often decide to have fewer kids. Interestingly, there's a gap between how many kids people want and how many they're having. The mean number of kids women in Europe want is around 2.3, much more than they're actually having. While we gained a lot of freedoms in the last century across continents and economic systems, that came at a cost. The tight-knit communities and family structures that were part of our nature, where kids could be brought up by a village. Today, young parents have to deal with different challenges and societal expectations. Women are kind of ground down between the wish and expectation to have a family and a career, being pressured to do both but not compromise either. Men are sharing parental duties more equally than they used to, but are often still expected to be the provider. And it's sadly true that usually at least one parent's career is held back. In many developed countries, the gender pay gap is chiefly a pay gap between mothers and everyone else. But it's not just outside pressure. Our culture of individualism probably plays a role too. We have only one life to explore, be free, travel, have fun, accomplish something, and try to be happy. So people commit to partners later in life and often decide against big families or any at all. And that's fair. Nobody owes their country babies. So far, no country has successfully managed to increase birth rates significantly, so as of now, we don't really know what works. But here are a few options to at least make the lives of parents much easier. Free and abundant access to childcare, financial benefits for parents, more and cheaper housing. Parenthood has to stop being a career obstacle, and our culture needs to become more positive towards families. And that's something we can all work on. The next time you sit next to a crying baby, don't be a jerk about it. kids are hard. In the end, humanity will not die out because we're having fewer babies. The age and composition of our societies changes quickly, and we need to deal with that sooner rather than later. But in the end, of all the incredibly hard challenges we've faced before, why would this be the one we can't solve? Getting to the bottom of the population crash starts with analyzing and interpreting massive amounts of data. And if you're looking for a free way to start building your data skills, which are more essential than ever these days, we recommend Brilliant.org.
No,
Brilliant's
Brilliant.
latest course, Predicting with Probability, will teach you everything you need to get started in data science. No coding required. You'll analyze vast datasets, compare distributions, and master fundamental concepts that are key to some of the most in-demand careers in today's world. Beyond data, Brilliant is the best way to master key concepts in everything from maths and science to computer science and programming. Just set your goal and Brilliant designs the perfect path and equips you with the right tools to reach it. They have thousands of lessons to explore, and each one is interactive like a one-on-one version of a Kurzgesagt video. We've actually designed a whole series of lessons in collaboration with our friends at Brilliant that cover the topics from our most popular videos, from rabies and mammalian metabolism to climate science and supernovas. And you can try them and many more for free today. To get hands-on with Kurzgesagt lessons and explore everything Brilliant has to offer, you can start your free 30-day trial by signing up at brilliant.org/nutshell. There's even an extra perk for Kurzgesagt viewers. The first 200 people to use the link get 20% off an annual membership once their trial ends.
Hey, plushie. Is this the first time Kurzgesagt has ever put video footage, like a person there? That's cursed. That's very different. Right. So the interesting video, I think the title is definitely a little bit interesting a choice, because of course Korea is the center of a lot of attention for a lot of reasons, but I can see why they picked Korea at least to put into the title, when the video itself was really more about all of society, of dropping birth rates. The advancement of automation is definitely going to be one of the biggest assisting factors to the aging population issue. Droids might become an actual more common idea to either take care of the elderly or to replace the non-existent young population. Thank you for the redeems there, Jason Wayne. How you doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's left arm lifting. Right arm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. And that's right. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. Thank you. Wayne. How are you doing, Wayne? What you up to? You do a song for when you take over the world? Captain Russia. Why would I want to be Captain Russia? Hydrating. Why would I want that? I already have a pet cat that I love very much. That's a direction of comments that I wouldn't really want to go into there, Wayne. Yeah, well, I don't want that, Wayne. Okay? I don't want to be a leader of a country. Especially a country as problematic as Russia. Bless you, Snuffles. Right, the next video on the list is all of history, but it's a 1-hour video.
Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Impossible for your brain to truly grasp.
Excuse me.
So here's an experiment. Every second, around 1.5 million years will pass. You're on a musical train ride, looking out the window, passing all of Earth's history in an hour. Watch the eons pass and experience how long a billion years really is. You can have this in the background, study with it, or just enjoy the ride. From time to time, I'll say a few words. 4.5 billion years ago, right after it was born, Earth was a hell of lava. Pretty early in its history, Earth collides with a Mars-sized object called Theia, which forms the moon that you now see in the sky. Right now, it looks huge in the night sky and will slowly shrink over hundreds of millions of years as it orbits further away. 4.5 billion years ago, we are in the first eon of our planet, the Hadean, named after the Greek god of the underworld.
This whole video is... yeah.
At this point, the atmosphere...
Yeah, we're not watching this. I mean, no disrespect to Kurzgesagt, but, well, this isn't exactly content to react to of just an hour of animations compressing everything that happened on Earth. Well, Pluto's a dwarf planet, Wayne. And it's one of many dwarf planets in our solar system. The reason that Pluto... I mean, there are some people who are even want to classify Pluto as a twin planet, in fact. Interestingly, because Pluto and its moon Charon, they orbit around an empty spot. The center of the orbit between the two is actually in empty space in between the two. So there is argument that Pluto might actually be a twin planet with its moon Charon. I mean, Earth as, for example, also is shifted around by the Earth, but the center point between the two orbits of the moon and the Earth is still relatively close to the core of Earth. It's like 50 kilometers off of it, I think, something like that. Whereas the center point between Charon and Pluto is beyond the surface of Pluto. That's an interesting fact there. Pluto... I mean, if you want Pluto to be a planet, then you're going to have to also memorize all the other planets. Dwarf planets. And classify them all as planets. So, are you going to do that, Wayne? Are you going to give the same love and affection for Pluto as that you give to Pluto? Are you going to give it to Hamia, Makamake, Ceres, Eris, Ixion, Chaos? And any of the other potential, and the scientists estimate that there may be upwards of 2 to 3 dozen undiscovered dwarf planets in the Oort cloud. Are you going to give them as much love as you give Pluto? That's the whole reason why Pluto got declassified as a planet, because no one is going to put forth the effort to give that adoration, attention, and all that importance that they give to the other actual planets. Chaos? Chaos is a planet, is a dwarf planet candidate, actually. It's not actually classified as a dwarf planet yet. There's too little information on Chaos, but it is named and it is located. If we bring it up, list of dwarf planets. A list of possible dwarf planets. All right. All right. So we got Pluto, Eris, Hamia, Makemake, and Gong. Has Gong actually been categorized as a planet? Then there's Charon, which I mentioned as being a possible pair of being a twin planet with Pluto. There's Quaoar, Sedna, Ceres, Orcus, Alatia, a couple unnamed, or at least a few unnamed ones. There's Varda, there's Ixion. Possible dwarf planets with measures. There's, Varda, Ixion, a bunch of unnamed ones. There's this one which... I'm going to try pronouncing this. Okay, this is... Good... Homidima. Homidoma. I think that's my best bet. Homidima. Right. Varuna. Eris Dysomnia. Chaos. There's Chaos. Right. Chaos would be one of the smallest. And that's, I believe, how is this ordered? It's ordered by diameter, I think. Yeah, so Chaos may only be around 600 kilometers, plus or minus 140 to 130 area of variance. Yeah, very little is known about Chaos right now. Technically just classified as a Kuiper Belt object right now, but could be classified as a planet if we were to get info, or if we could get actual proper data on it. It was only discovered in 1998. It even has an astrological symbol right there. I would love for us to be able to send a probe to every single dwarf planet eventually, but I think that's going to require NASA to create sort of a standardized probe, because I think that's what's holding back NASA right now. The fact that they design up a custom probe for every single mission. If they could create a standardized design that has a variable amount of fuel that you could put into it, then they could mass produce those and send them out to all the locations of interest in the solar system. That, I think, is what NASA needs right now. Okay, so these ones here are the most likely ones. To be classed as a dwarf planet. And I'm assuming these ones here would, these unnamed ones would of course receive a proper name if it were ever to be properly classified. But I think the one thing that they need that a celestial body needs to be classified as a dwarf planet as a minimum is it needs to be big enough that it has a gravity field strong enough for it to be spherical. How spherical? That's another matter, of course, because how lumpy is it allowed to be before it's no longer considered spherical? That's something scientists will have to figure out. Yeah, I forgot about Gong Gong. My bad. There is one other planet, though. Actual planet, not a dwarf planet. There is high likelihood that there is another planet somewhere in the Kuiper Belt. There's a lot of evidence to suggest that there is such a planet, but searching the Kuiper Belt is incredibly difficult. Only a few of the dwarf planets, of the closest dwarf planets, have been discovered so far, and the distance at Planet X, which is what's currently referred to as Planet X, where it is a mystery, and it's searching for a needle in a haystack. Sure, it's an actual planet, which means it would be bigger, but even so, that's still, it would be like the comparison of trying to find, or finding a dwarf planet is like finding a grain of rice in a haystack, whereas Planet X would be like looking for a bead. Neither are easy. Theoretically, it ought to be easier to find Planet X, but it's a complete jackpot on whether or not you have a camera pointing in the right direction, basically. So, Planet X still being discovered. What it'll be named will be dependent on who makes the discovery. That's one of the things as being an astronomer. If you discover something, you have the right to name it whatever the fuck you want. So, if you have aspirations of having your own planet that you have named yourself, become a NASA scientist. Or, well, I mean, you don't actually have to be a NASA scientist either. You just need the telescopes from NASA. Unless you can build your own telescope, but I don't imagine you being able to pull that off. But if you happen to be the one to discover Planet X, you can name it whatever the fuck you want. That's the beauty of discovery of celestial objects. Let's see. Next one to watch would be World War Alien. They've really been pumping out their videos lately, haven't they? 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, 2 days ago.
Be prepared to make contact. Our new limited drop has landed, only on the Kurzgesagt shop. Could aliens destroy us from light years away? Another day at the Kurzgesagt Labs, where we answer the most important questions with science. Today, how might civilizations wage war across light years? What kind of devastating weapons could they use? And what would they look like? Meet our two players, a yellow dwarf star system home to a species of primates. Humans, as they call themselves, recently became a technological civilization. They have rockets, nuclear reactors, and memes. How cute. The Scorpions disagree. They reside on a planet around the orange dwarf star HD 40307, 42 light years away. Scorpion civilization developed earlier than humans, and they have much better technology. They've recently built a Dyson swarm around their star, which gives them near limitless energy. And they noticed humanity, which is unfortunate as the Scorpions are planning a hyperspace bypass through our solar system. So they decided that humanity has to go. Interstellar war is hard though. Front lines, tactics, and logistics are meaningless at these scales. It's also fought across time. Decades will pass between firing a weapon and learning whether it hit or not. Sending an invasion fleet is futile. Even if the Scorpions travel at a large fraction of the speed of light, the journey to Earth would take decades or even centuries, and humans would have plenty of time to prepare. If you want to learn more about the mind-numbing problem of war between alien civilizations, we made a video about it. Today, we'll help the Scorpions construct a weapon that is not only extremely long-range and as fast as physically possible, but that will totally destroy everything on Earth, so no human survivors will come to enact vengeance on Smorp in the future. In interstellar war, you want to win with one shot. Our bird scientists have found 3 Smorpion designs: the Star Laser, the Relativistic Missile, and the Ultra-Relativistic Electron Beam.
Yeah, the relativistic missile was what was featured in that other video, I'm pretty certain.
Based on real technologies that humans are using in some form already. Let's see how they work. The Star Laser. As an advanced technological civilization, the Scorpions harness the energy of their star by surrounding it with billions of solar power satellites. This Dyson swarm collects 1% of the star's energy output, 1,000,000 billion watts. 50 billion times more than all humanity generates. What if all the power of the Dyson swarm, all those satellites, were used to create a star laser? Like any laser, the bigger it is, the longer its range. Human-built lasers use small mirrors to focus, so they have short ranges. The Scorpions could turn their entire Dyson swarm into a collective focusing element 1,000,000 kilometers wide. The star laser has an insane range as a result, enough to focus on target Earth from a distance of over 2 million light-years. Okay, let's shoot it. Countless tiny beams combine into a single huge beam. Laser beams are normally invisible in space, but the star laser is so powerful that light scattering off bits of dust and gas in its path makes it clearly visible in the sky. A gigantic column of green light. The laser travels at the speed of light, which oddly enough is still pretty slow on a galactic level. It takes a whole day until the laser has left the Scorpion system, shooting into the emptiness between stars. It will travel for decades, occasionally melting the odd bit of
Slave 1. Yeah, so this is basically the Star Killer approach. As horrible as the sequel trilogy is, this is still basically Star Killer. At least, functionally, Star Killer.
Stellar dust or asteroid. 42 years after being fired, it arrives without warning. Humans only notice a weird green glow in the sky, and then they're gone. 1% of the energy of a star concentrated into a beam the diameter of Earth, traveling 42 light-years. It burns the exposed half of the planet with the intensity of 3 million suns. The seas boil and evaporate, fires scour the land, and within minutes, Earth's crust begins to melt into a sea of lava. As the planet rotates, it turns into a red-hot hell with no trace of life. After a day, it's all over and the laser dies down. In another 42 years, the Scorpions will know if they've been successful. That's another thing about interstellar war. When you attack, your grandchildren will be the ones to find out if you won. It's like all the bombs from World War II exploding in the 80s and us only seeing the effect today. Okay, The star laser's extreme range, speed of light attack, and ability to melt down any target make it a premier interstellar weapon. But is there something else? The relativistic missile. What if, instead of converting the energy of their Dyson swarm into a laser, the Smorpions used it to shoot a super bullet? A relativistic missile, going as close to the speed of light as possible. This sort of weapon is at the limits of what the Smorpions' technology can handle, as it requires loads of a highly dangerous material, antimatter, the evil twin of regular matter. Humans have only managed to produce a few nanograms of antimatter. With their unlimited energy, Smorpions can manufacture it at an industrial scale to build antimatter rockets. When antimatter and matter are mixed, they annihilate, which in more practical terms means there's a big boom releasing gamma rays and plasma. The physics is complicated, but basically, if you have a really strong magnetic field, you can deflect the plasma through a nozzle, just like in the chemical rockets humans use. But it would be much faster. The fastest rocket possibly, basically. Our relativistic missile is much bigger than a skyscraper. At the bottom is the bell-shaped magnetic nozzle 100 meters wide. On top of it are 250 floors filled with antimatter and matter ready to annihilate each other. On the top floor is a 300-kilogram projectile looking quite small, about the size of a person. To stop them getting damaged on the way, the missiles have dozens of sacrificial layers that form a Whipple shield. To make sure they do their job, the Smorpions build 1,000 missiles. Let's fire them. Launching all the relativistic missiles is a spectacular event. For a moment, the antimatter engines lighting up outshine their star. Their exhaust is a long trail of brilliant white, and as they accelerate away, they appear redder and redder until they turn invisible. With the extreme amount of energy released by the matter-antimatter reactions, the missiles are accelerated to 99.9999996% of the speed of light. They have effectively infinite range, as there's nothing really to slow them down. They arrive shortly after you can see them. The light from their launch will take 42 years to reach Earth, so human astronomers might see the flash of the missile's launch, and then a few days later, they'll hit. Not enough time to prepare. Each relativistic missile packs the kinetic energy of a dinosaur killer asteroid, so only one needs to hit. They never reach the ground, disintegrating instead at the edge of Earth's atmosphere. Intense blue flashes set everything on fire. Then continent-sized fireballs slam down on the surface to smash everything into dust, repeatedly, until nothing is left but rubble and smoke. So, interstellar missiles with unlimited range, minimal warning, and delivering complete destruction of a planet's surface. Nice. But they are a hassle to build. Is there something else, maybe? The ultra-relativistic electron beam. Humans do funny things to their food to rid it of bacteria and make it safe to eat, like shooting electron beams at strawberries. Small particle accelerators send electrons into the food with an energy similar to the radiation from nuclear reactions. Not enough to burn the food, but deadly to bacteria. Smorpions had the same idea, but bigger. The main challenge with an electron beam is range. Electrons are negatively charged particles, so they don't want to stay near each other. A regular electron beam will quickly spread out, making it harmless. Smorpions need it to cover distances of dozens of light years. So they've used the rules of the universe to trick the electrons by building an ultra-relativistic electron beam, or UREB. What it does is accelerate the electrons to 99.99999999999999998% of the speed of light. Faster than even the most powerful cosmic rays. The closer something travels to the speed of light, the slower time moves for it, relative to the rest of the universe. And since these electrons are moving so incredibly fast, for every second of spreading they experience, over 5 million years pass in real time. A physics trick that lets the beam cross interstellar distances while remaining tightly focused on its target. The biggest particle accelerator on Earth is 27 kilometers long. The Smorpions need one that's over 100,000 kilometers long, a megastructure 8 times longer than Earth is wide. It's mostly a tube of magnets holding the beam together until the exit. Like a long trumpet of doom surrounded by an aura of deadly radiation. When it's fired, it produces a ruler-straight lightning bolt pointed at Earth. Its effects on arrival are less visible than the other weapons. No flashes of light, no massive firestorms, no explosions. It doesn't destroy rocks, it destroys DNA. People get dizzy, then fall sick as their cells are pierced by radiation. You might think that a deep bunker could save a few humans, but no. The Urab is so penetrating that its effects accumulate to lethal doses even underground over days or weeks. In the end, just like our strawberries, Earth becomes sterile. Simulation results. Another elaborate
the most
animated
complicated
science
of the
explainer by
weapons, but-
Kotzgazart, where we've learned a lot, not sure exactly what. Luckily,
Most
the Smorpions don't
effective,
really
I'd say,
exist, but
probably.
others might. One major downside of all our weapons is that others around the Milky Way could see you firing them, which is not ideal because you don't want to present yourself as a dangerous species and tell everybody where exactly you are. So maybe instead of shouting or shooting out into the universe, the best course of action seems to be to stay relatively quiet for now and observe. Maybe one day we'll witness distant stars shooting at each other and be glad we stayed out of it. But we don't have to stay out of intergalactic fun. There's a peaceful way to join Type 2 civilizations on their galactic adventures. Look, it's the Galactic Club, a cozy corner in the vast universe
more cursed.
reserved for friendly, quirky folk like you.
Real-life footage in
Come
a
in,
Kotzgazart
and
video.
don't worry, we've got everything you need to fit right in.
Wait, good
It's all
drugs.
part of our latest
Wrong,
limited
but
drop.
Real-life
Kill your
footage in a
alien friends
Kotzgazart video
with
is just
kindness
wrong.
and impress them with these colourful patches and sweaters. Wear these new iconic t-shirts that represent your love of stargazing and show allegiance to our ultimate Overlord Duck. And the star of the show, a woven space blanket to wrap yourself and your new alien buddies in.
Oh, that's cute.
Maybe the coolest
I like
thing
that.
we've ever created. Definitely the largest. Like with our last limited drop, these items are available now until they sell out, and then never again. Pair them up with the 12,024 Cosmic Creations calendar to have a beautiful daily reminder of potential
the calendar.
alien civilizations,
In the mail
and
right now.
a way to
Should be
make
here
plans
soon.
with all your new pals. All of our products are designed and produced with love and care by us here at Kotzgazart. They are an integral part of the science story we try to tell. So start your journey on our channel and continue it with our posters, calendars, and plushes. Every purchase directly funds what we do on this channel. Thank you so much for your support. Join the Galactic Club now. Overlord Duck is waiting.
Alright, yeah, so... Yeah. Consider getting their products, ladies and boys. I myself have got the 12022 calendar, the 12023, and I should soon be getting the 12024 calendars. They make good content. I do recommend it. And now, hopefully, if we do get annihilated, it's instantaneous. So, preferably option 1 or 2 from this video. Yeah. Now, we should move on to the next one. The last thing that'll ever happen in the universe.
The universe today is happy and healthy, with exciting things going on. But at some point, the night will turn dark. Everything that once was will peacefully sleep forever. But
Yes,
what is
after
the
the
last
star
thing that will ever
dies.
happen, and when will it be? It turns out there is such a thing, and you probably haven't heard about it. Let's travel to the end of the universe and look at the last thing. After a messy birth, our universe was a sleepy baby, warm and dark, filled with swirling clouds of hot hydrogen and helium. The story of creation is a story of this gas and where it will end up. Shortly after, the universe got busy making the first generation of stars. They were massive and lived violent lives, forging new elements, only to release most of them when they blew up. Countless stars were born and refined the gas available in the universe, cycling matter around, each generation giving most of its gas and fresh elements to the next. But not all gas is returned. Every time a new generation of stars forms, they also make more and more red dwarfs that burn slowly and live for trillions of years. When they die, they don't give their gas back to the universe, but turn it into white dwarfs. So red dwarfs lock up more gas forever. Some more gas is locked forever in other remains of dead stars, neutron stars and black holes, which is bad as it reduces the material available for new stars. Today, the universe is a great home for us and will remain.
So do white dwarves live forever? Not something I was aware of. I know black holes, they effectively live forever. Effectively. At least compared to everything else, they effectively live forever. Continuously growing bigger and bigger. Until everything is annihilated.
So for billions of years. But most of the gas has been used up or trapped. Over 90% of the stars that will ever be born have been born already. To get to the last thing to ever happen, all other things need to happen first. The next few 100 billion years will be fun and a great time for galactic exploration. But step by step, large stars and stars like our Sun will die out. Eventually, almost all the stars will be red dwarfs slowly dying. The end of everything, but not quite. In a few trillion years, the cosmic gas will finally have run out. About 88% of the mass of every galaxy will be white dwarfs, 2% neutron stars and black holes, and about 10% gas giants and sad brown dwarf losers. White dwarfs are the corpses of old stars, not much bigger than Earth, but on average as massive as half our Sun, some even much more. This makes them the third densest objects in the universe, after neutron stars and black holes. About 1 million times denser than the Sun today. Since they used to be active stars, their surface can be as hot as 150,000 degrees. White dwarfs are dim, hot, dense spheres that don't do anything anymore. But eventually, even white dwarfs will die because they're slowly losing their heat. It takes at least 10 trillion years, more than 700 times longer than the current age of the universe. As they do their cooling down, the universe around them will irreversibly grow dark, as more and more white dwarfs burn out and turn into dead husks, black dwarfs. Spheres of death, as cold as space itself, invisible against the dark backdrop. Over trillions and trillions of years, every object in every galaxy is eventually either ejected into the void or its orbit decays and it will fall into the central black hole and be destroyed. In about a quintillion years, all galaxies have evaporated and every object is on its own, in the center of its own observable universe, emptiness as far as can be seen in any direction, traveling through black nothingness. Still, there are things that will happen. Black holes are dying, slowly. They'll fizzle away by emitting Hawking radiation until they're so small that they die in a final flash of light. This will take about a googol years, 10 to the power of 100 years, until the last supermassive black hole dies. A number so absurd, there's nothing to compare it to. Maybe some living beings could have survived around black holes, but even this science fiction option ends now. After this unsettling amount of time, we're not even close to the end. Now is the time of the black dwarfs. It turns out there's some weird physics going on inside the dead husk of stars. The weird physics of black dwarfs. A black dwarf is a sphere the size of Earth, as massive as a star, but almost as cold as absolute zero.
What the fuck is with that star? Wait, hold up. What the fuck is this star? Bro. What is that design? I do not like it. It's makes me uncomfortable to look at.
But almost as cold as absolute zero. Stars stay alive because of their intense heat in their cores. So why do black dwarfs not collapse into a black hole? What keeps them together? Deep inside a black dwarf, matter is squeezed to densities millions of times greater than anything we see on Earth. The pressure is so great that electrons can't combine with the nuclei to form atoms. Instead, matter is weird, degenerate. The nuclei are compressed by the weight of the star, locked into a rigid lattice, while the electrons form a plasma between them. And these electrons hold the star together. We're simplifying, but imagine matter as a subway train and electrons as passengers. If there are empty seats, passengers spread out because they care a lot about their personal space. But as a black dwarf is so incredibly dense, this is like squishing more and more passengers into our train. Gravity is pushing in, trying to collapse it. The passengers are forced to sit and stand close together, which they hate. And so the passengers, our electrons, try to push out against gravity as hard as they can. This way, the electrons that are having a horrible time in the crowded train that's the black dwarf hold up the star. Everything else in the universe may have crumbled already, but these tiny particles push against each other until the end of time. Or they would, if quantum mechanics didn't ruin everything. Simplifying a lot, when particles get close enough, sometimes they can jump at each other and fuse together, a process called quantum tunneling. This happens constantly in stars because of their intense heat. It's one of the key reasons stars can fuse elements into new ones. But it also happens at a temperature near absolute zero, just, well, mind-numbingly slowly. This is the final step to creating the last interesting thing to ever happen in our universe. Here, in this lone black dwarf, something fantastic occurs. Nothing happens for 1 trillion years. Nothing at all. Can you imagine that? But then, a single fusion reaction. 2 carbon nuclei combine by quantum tunneling to become magnesium. Another 100 trillion years pass. It happens again. Then nothing for another bazillion years. Oh, 2 oxygen nuclei combine into silicon. As eons pass, the nuclei in the frozen black dwarf slowly combine, making new heavier nuclei. And these take even longer to fuse, but given enough time, they eventually will. Remember the breathtaking amount of time it took for a supermassive black hole to evaporate? That's a brief moment in comparison to what's going on here. The difference between a second and trillions of years has lost all meaning. Over a time so absurd that it has no name, nuclei keep fusing into heavier elements. Until, when silicon nuclei fuse, they form nickel-56. Nickel-56 is radioactive, which means it's unstable. And when it eventually decays and turns into iron, it emits 2 positrons, antimatter electrons. And these 2 positrons find 2 electrons and annihilate them and themselves. Which is a problem. Remember how the uncomfortable electrons produce the pressure to hold the star together. Destroying the electron means fewer friends to help them hold up the star. Losing an electron does not give them more space to scratch their butts, it just makes gravity squeeze harder, the walls closing in on those that remain. In the case of the most massive black dwarfs, this is catastrophic. Bit by bit, the black dwarf turns into a sphere of iron and more electrons are annihilated. For at least 10 to the power of 1,000 years, almost, but not quite forever, there's no visible change in the entire universe. And then, finally, the last thing to ever happen happens. The black dwarf has lost 1 too many electrons. It can no longer support its immense mass and goes into an uncontrolled collapse, a supernova. It first implodes and then explodes as bright as a galaxy and fills the empty universe with light again. A beautiful moment nobody will get to enjoy. And then, as quickly as it began, it's all over. Darkness again. Emptiness. That was the last thing that will ever happen. The universe may now be truly dead. But don't be bummed out about it. This is so far away in the future that forever hardly describes it. Today, the universe is the best place it could be for us. And you can sleep tight tonight, knowing the last interesting thing that will ever happen is forever
the fact that nobody will get to see it. I think that's what makes this the most sad thing.
For now, there are still plenty of interesting things to discover, and the younger you start discovering, the more you'll understand about the world we live in. Our sponsor KiwiCo helps kids get a head start there, with a range of unique crates on a myriad of STEM topics, covering science, technology, engineering, arts and maths. Every crate is like a little adventure in a box. Imagine the excitement of a trip to a museum or an amazing theme park, but delivered to your doorstep with everything you need neatly packed inside. There are different lines designed for kids of all ages and interests, so there's something for everyone. Like us, KiwiCo spends a ridiculous amount of time on fine-tuning each crate. Every one of their 2,000 available projects took more than 1,000 hours to develop by experts and is tested by kids. we really liked the KiwiCo Tinker Crate line, which gives you a hands-on engineering project with all of the educational and instructional information you need to complete the project at home. We might also have decided to just keep some of them around the office and not hand the extras to any kids we know. If you want to try out KiwiCo and get the best deal, click on the link in the info box or use the code KURZGESAGT to get 50% off your first month. Or if you want to try it out first, they also offer individual crates in the KiwiCo store. At Kurzgesagt, we love to spark curiosity, and we love to work with companies that share this goal.
That was quite informative. I have been giving thoughts towards the absolute end of the universe because I have been wanting to write a story that takes place near the end of the universe. Black Walls. Definitely something I need to research, I think. Okay, we got one more video from Kurzgesagt. The internet is worse than ever. Now what?
In 2022, nearly half of Americans expected a civil war in the next few years. 1 in 5 now believes political violence is justified. And it's not just the US, but around the world. People increasingly see themselves as part of opposing teams. There are many different reasons for this, but one gets blamed a lot: social media. Social media divides us, makes us more extreme and less empathetic. It riles us up or sucks us into doom scrolling, making us stressed and depressed. It feels like we need to touch grass and escape to the real world. New research shows that we might have largely misinterpreted why this is the case. It turns out that the social media internet may uniquely undermine the way our brains work, but not in the way you think. The myth of the filter bubble. You've probably heard about online filter bubbles. Algorithms give you exactly what you want or what they think you want. You only see information that shows you opinions that agree with yours, while dissenting opinions or information are filtered out. Since you only see content close to your worldview, more extreme and toxic opinions suddenly seem less extreme. You're trapped in a radicalizing filter bubble, and your view of the world becomes narrower and more extreme. But is that true? Extreme filter bubbles seem to be rather rare. Studies that investigated what people actually look at online or are shown by search engines found little evidence that you're ideologically isolated. It's the exact opposite. Online, you are constantly confronted with opinions and worldviews that are not your own. It turns out that the place where you are the
Yeah, I mean, I could have told you that. The number of flat earthers I see on the internet and other mooks and hoses like that.
most ideologically isolated is your real life in the real world with real people. Your real-world interactions with your friends, family, colleagues and neighbors are much less diverse than your online bubble. The filter bubble exists in your real life, not online. Okay, wait. Online filter bubbles have been the prevailing explanation as to why we've all started hating each other more over the last 2 decades. If that's not the case, shouldn't the internet open our minds and make us more empathetic with each other? Unfortunately, your brain is stupid. Your brain is stupid. Human brains didn't evolve to understand the true nature of reality, but to navigate and maintain social structures. Our ancestors desperately needed each other to survive, so our brains had to make sure we cooperated. That's why social isolation or exclusion feels so horrible, because it was actually life-threatening. A tribe that worked together survived. A divided tribe died. The way communities worked for thousands of years is that, sure, you may have disliked a neighbor, but because you lived close to each other, you also rooted for the same sports club or saw them at church. You both thought that the people from the other village were idiots. Being physically close made you familiar and created similarities that bridged the gap of different worldviews so you didn't murder each other. and your worldview was probably not that different in the first place because it was formed by the same local culture. When our brains evolved, this was enough. Whoever was around was similar to us. We liked what was similar to us. This kept us aligned enough to work together despite our differences. As humanity moved on from small tribes to towns and cities, from chiefdoms to kingdoms to nations, our brains and our communities had to adapt to more diverse sets of neighbors. We began to meet on the town square or in universities where we argued and screamed at each other. But in the grand scheme of things, communities were still relatively isolated, we were still pretty similar and aligned with the people around us. Conflict and disagreement are not a bad thing per se. Tension over how we should live can create new and wonderful things. Our values, norms, and taboos are always evolving, and whatever we think is normal today will not be normal in the future. But we also need social glue to hold our societies together because our brains don't care about the
Who the fuck dresses up as a washing machine for Halloween? What was this kid thinking? I mean, clearly he's a super genius, because...
But we also need social glue to hold our societies together because our brains don't care about the meta level of humanity, but about being safe in a tribe. Until about 20 years ago, we did something truly new that hit our brains like a freight train: the social media internet, the digital town square. Don't you dare disagree with me. Social sorting. In a nutshell, our brains are not able to process the amount of disagreement we encounter on the social internet. The very mechanisms that made it possible for our ancestors to work together in the first place are derailed in ways we were not prepared for. Whether you want it to or not, your brain sorts people by worldviews and opinions into teams. This is not simply tribalism, it goes further. Researchers have called this process social sorting. On the digital town square, you encounter people that express opinions or share information that clash with your worldview. But unlike your neighbor, they don't root for your local sports club. You're missing the local social glue your brain needs to align with them. For your brain, the disagreement between yourself and them becomes a central part of their identity. And this makes it less likely that you will seriously consider their position or opinion in the future. If you hear bad things about them, your brain is much more likely to believe it uncritically. On the flip side, there are people who share your worldview and are maybe even more similar to you than many people in your real life, which makes your brain like them a lot and kind of hyper-align with them. People who think like you are probably good people because you're a good person and whatever social group you belong to is good. So your brain is more likely to believe their opinions. If you hear bad things about them, your brain is much more likely to dismiss it uncritically. The engagement-driven social internet makes it worse because it wants to keep you online as long as possible. And the most engaging emotion is, unfortunately, anger. The more angry you get, the more likely you are to share and engage, and this leads to social media amplifying the most extreme and controversial opinions. It optimizes not only to show us disagreement, but the worst disagreement possible. And because your stupid brain is sorting people into teams, whatever the worst opinions are, it assigns the same opinions to everybody on the other team. What's striking and new about online polarization is that all the aspects of our lives that make us individuals, our lifestyle choices, the comedians or shows we watch, our religion, sense of fashion and so on, are condensed, making it seem that they're parts of opposing and mutually exclusive identities. This simplifies and distorts disagreements about how we should run society so much that it often seems as if the people on the other team are actively, willfully making the world worse. That they're almost evil, beyond convincing with rationality, facts, or civil discussion. While you are, of course, on the correct...
I definitely agree with that. I've definitely come across enough angry people online who have basically treated me like that, I'd say. Or treated others like that. I've definitely seen such volatile hatred on the regular.
Team, it may be hard to process that you may seem like that to people on the other team. On a societal level, this is dissolving the social glue that's the foundation of our democracies. If we think our neighbors are evil, how can we live together? This is especially bad in the US, where the two-party system makes it extra easy to think of people in terms of teams. Negative opinion about the other party has reached record highs. Okay, is there something we can learn from
Yeah, and
this?
that's why a
Is there
two-party
something we
system
can
is a
do?
bad idea.
Something more positive.
Yeah,
Opinion
no, we
part.
have a 5-party team.
In the end, it's important to be aware of what social media does to your brain. It's easier to change yourself than to change the world, so you can self-examine why you believe the things you believe and whether you dismiss or believe information based on who the person is who is stating that information. The internet comes with a lot of ups and downs, and just like we had to adapt from living in small tribes to living in cities, we need to adapt to the information age where we have access to billions of people. Evolution is too slow, so we need to find models that work with what our brains are able to tolerate. One model that seemed to work well was the pre-social media internet old people might remember. Bulletin boards, forums, blogs. The main difference to today was twofold. For one, there were no algorithms fighting to keep you online at any cost. At some point, you were done with the internet for the day, as mind-blowing as this may sound. But more importantly, the old internet was very fractured, split into thousands of different communities, like small villages gathering around shared beliefs and interests. These villages were separated from each other by digital rivers or mountains. These communities worked because they mirrored real life much more than social media. Each village had its own culture and set of rules. Maybe one community was into rough humor and soft moderation.
And some websites that are still quite segregated like that into many sub-communities within the website. And websites that can manage to do that are also websites that I think do the most well and have the longevity to still be relevant today. Facebook has its various different groups that you could join and be in those groups. Reddit, of course, has... Well, I'm not that familiar with Reddit. I'll admit I don't even really have an account on Reddit. But as I understand how that website works as an outside observer, it seems to work in that similar sort of segregation of facet. Twitter doesn't really have that, which is why some of the most volatile things happening on the internet seem to happen on Twitter, in terms of conflicts on the internet.
Another had strict rules and banned easily. If you didn't play by the village rules, you'd be banned, or you could just go and move to another village that suited you better. So instead of all of us gathering in one place, overwhelming our brains at a town square that in the end just leads us to going insane, one solution to achieve less social sorting may be extremely simple. Go back to smaller online communities. Because what our stupid brains don't realize is that we are actually all on the same team. Humanity, on a wet rock speeding through space in a universe that doesn't think about us. We are all in this together. But until our brains adjust to being able to deal with that, we might be better off being a tiny bit separated. One of the worst things about the media we consume is that most news organizations tend to cater to one team, making you feel you're on the correct side. Ground News, the sponsor of this video, is trying to make these biases more transparent by giving you tools that help you think critically about the information you consume, a mission we wholeheartedly support. Ground News gathers related articles from around the world in one place so you can compare how different outlets and sites cover them. They provide context about the source of the information, if they have a political bias, how reliable their reporting is, and who owns them. This makes the news less stressful and makes you understand the world much better.
That's a very
if you
good
want to check them
service.
out, go to ground.news/nutshell. If you sign up through this link, you'll get 30% off their unlimited access plan. A subscription supports Crux Design and Ground News, so they can continue to build more media literacy tools. Our favorite tool has a personal background. In 2018, Kurzgesagt founder Philip, who wrote this video, was going through chemotherapy and was intensely bored, so he ended up reading all the big German newspapers, even the ones he hated, front to back, every single day. Aside from the obvious biases, what was the most shocking were the stories each side did not talk about. Both sides ignored things that are inconvenient to their worldviews. The Ground News Blind Spot feed highlights this exact thing, showing you news stories that are heavily covered by one side of the political spectrum and ignored by the other. So check them out at ground.news/nutshell to make sure you're seeing the full picture.
another good video from Kurz gesagt. And I hope this is one that gets this particular video. Anyone who is trying to develop a new website, new service, or anything like that, I think they should watch this video, because a lot of websites that try to become the next big thing, they don't take into consideration how segregated people need to be in order to be happy and not being forced to interact with people that they don't like. I hope you get what I'm trying to say. Because I've definitely seen websites that don't take into that, and they push forward with a focus on interconnectivity, and then immediately fail because they put that as their focus. Yeah, that is the latest video from Kurz gesagt. Now we gotta watch something else. Oh, here's a Kurz gesagt video I missed. What happens if we destroy a black hole? First of all, is that even fucking possible? I mean, clearly it must be, otherwise there would be no video.
Black holes can destroy everything, but can they be destroyed? What happens if we push physics to the absolute limit, maybe even breaking it and the universe in the process? Let's create a tiny black hole about the mass of our moon in the Kurzgesagt labs and try to rip it apart. Experiment 1. Nuke it. Big booms break things, so to set the mood, let's explode the world's entire nuclear arsenal around our black hole. Boom. Black holes swallow whatever crosses their event horizon, matter and energy. And since E equals mc squared, all the energy that enters a black hole increases its mass. The mass of a black hole is proportional to its size, so as we nuke our tiny black hole, it just gets bigger and more massive. Experiment 2. Antimatter. Matter and antimatter annihilate each other. What will happen if we throw a moon's massive antimatter at it? Unfortunately, when an object enters a black hole, the black hole will completely delete its past identity, whether it's made of matter or of antimatter. Black holes only care about gravity, which only depends on the total mass energy of an object. And the mass of a particle is the same as its corresponding antiparticle, so throwing an anti-moon has the same effect as throwing a moon. The black hole just gets more massive. This deleting ability of black holes is pretty interesting. It means that despite their size and power, black holes are, in a way, similar to elementary particles. An elementary particle like an electron is an extremely simple object, fully specified by just 3 numbers, its mass, spin, and charge. And amazingly, the same is true for black holes. They have a mass, they can rotate, and carry an electric charge. Once a black hole forms, it doesn't matter if it comes from a collapsed star, an anti-star, or a banana, it will always be fully described by those 3 numbers, nothing else. But if a black hole is basically a weird particle, could we destroy it with an anti-black hole? Experiment 3. Anti-black hole. How
What would an
exciting!
anti-black hole be?
A particle has the same mass as its corresponding antiparticle, but opposite charge. Since a black hole has mass and electric charge, its corresponding anti-black hole should have the same mass and opposite electric charge. What if we make them collide? Sadly, the charge will just add up and cancel out. So after the collision, we'll just get a new black hole twice as massive with no charge.
Don't know what the anti-black hole
we need to think
would be.
bigger and stretch physics harder. Experiment 4. Destroy the event horizon. It's true that a black hole can carry spin and charge, but even for these crazy objects, there are limits. If the spin or the charge of a black hole becomes too large, something really weird will happen. The event horizon will dissolve. In a simplified way, we think of black holes as hiding a singularity inside, an infinitely compressed mass with such strong gravity that absolutely nothing can escape from its surroundings, not even light. This is why a black hole looks like a black sphere of nothingness. The event horizon is the outer edge of this ultimate prison. Cross it, and you'll never be able to come back. But when a black hole rotates, it works a bit like a spinning washing machine. It's as if the rotation wants to repel nearby objects and push them out of the black hole, which doesn't happen because its gravity is so strong. But if the rotation gets too fast, this effect will win and the event horizon will disappear. Nearby objects won't be imprisoned forever anymore. The same thing happens with the electric charge. Make it too large and our ironclad jail will break open. If we manage to destroy the event horizon, the singularity would still be there, and objects would still naturally fall towards it. If you hit it, you would still die horribly and quickly. But the vicinity of the singularity won't be an inescapable prison anymore. You could get as close as you want and come back. This should count as destroying the black hole. Can we do it? Experiment 5. Overfeeding. All we have to do is to overcharge or overspin the black hole. We could do this by throwing objects with a small mass and a lot of charge or angular momentum so that the charge or spin increases faster than the mass. We have to overfeed the black hole until it reaches the point where it breaks open. However, whether you can actually do this is the subject of passionate argument among physicists. Think of a charged black hole. Equal charges repel each other, and the more of the same charges you squish together, the more they push back. So let's say that we have a negatively charged black hole and we want to overfeed it with electrons, for example, whose charge is far larger than its mass. The electrons will feel an electrostatic repulsion, and the more electrons we throw, the larger the negative charge of the black hole will be and the stronger the repulsion. But once we reach the upper limit, the electrostatic repulsion will be so strong that it won't allow any more electrons to come in. At this point, the black hole will refuse to be overfed. With the spin, it's similar. Once the black hole reaches its upper limit, it won't gobble more spin. But some scientists have discovered what looks like a loophole. If an instant before the black hole reaches the limit, we throw the right amount of matter in just the right way, it looks like we could actually overfeed it. Most scientists are skeptical, but let's give it a try anyway. The end? Breaking physics. There is a catch though. The event horizon of a black hole hides the singularity. So destroying the horizon would leave us with a naked singularity, one that is not hidden by an event horizon. And this poses a problem. It could mean the end of physics as we know it. There's a big dirty secret about black holes. Contrary to widespread belief, the singularity of a black hole is not really at its center. No, it's in the future of whatever crosses the horizon. Black holes warp the universe so drastically that at the event horizon, space and time switch their roles. Once you cross it, falling towards the center means going towards the future. That's why you can't escape. Stopping your fall and turning back would be just as impossible as stopping time and traveling to the past. So the singularity is actually in your future, not in front of you. And just like you can't see your own future, you won't see the singularity until you hit it. But you also can't hit something that's in your future, only sort of experience it, like you'll experience your next birthday when it happens. Singularities that are in the future are not a problem because we can't see them or interact with them. But a naked singularity would be in front of us for all of us to see. What would we see? Well, the whole point is that it's impossible to know. A singularity is a region of infinite gravity, and gravity is the bending of space-time. At a singularity, the bending is so radical that the fabric of space-time is literally broken. Space and time don't exist anymore. This means that you can't predict anything, since predicting means making a forecast about where and when something will happen. But where and when have lost their meaning. So we have an unpredictable thing with infinite gravity and therefore infinite energy. This means that anything could come out of it for no reason, from a pile of bananas to lost socks or a solar system. Predictability, causality, and physics as we know it would break down. We think that singularities should exist in nature because we can prove that under very general conditions, gravitational collapse leads to the formation of singularities. However, scientists think that nature forbids the formation of naked singularities. Something enforces the creation of an event horizon around them to prevent their insanity from infecting the rest of the universe. Without event horizons, physics may not make sense at all. So although black holes have been portrayed as the ultimate monsters of the universe, they may actually be the heroes that keep us safe from the madness of singularities. So if we do destroy the horizon, we might destroy the fundamental rules of the universe. You know what? Let's not do that. Conclusion: the safe option. As far as we know, there's just one safe method to destroy a black hole. Wait. All black holes emit tiny particles, a phenomenon called Hawking radiation. This process causes them to slowly lose mass until they eventually evaporate, leaving behind no horizon and no naked singularity. The time it takes for a black hole to completely evaporate depends on its mass. For our mini black hole the size of a speck of dust, it will be about 10 to the power of 44 years, 10 billion trillion times the present age of the universe. So is it possible to destroy a black hole? Yes, we just have to wait. But you don't have to wait that long. There are plenty of fascinating things to explore right here on this planet right now, if you have the knowledge to understand them. To help you with that, we've created a series of lessons to take your scientific knowledge to the next level. Made in collaboration with our friends at Brilliant.org, these lessons give you a deeper understanding of the topics from our most popular videos, from rabies and mammalian metabolism to climate science and supernovas. There's even a lesson on black holes where you can delve into the fundamental principles behind their behavior and life cycle. Brilliant is the best way to master key concepts in everything from maths and science to computer science and beyond. Just set your goal and Brilliant designs the perfect path and equips you with the right tools to reach it. Brilliant has thousands of lessons to explore, and each one is interactive, like a one-on-one version of a Kurzgesagt video. Their latest course, Exploring Data Visually, will teach you everything you need and nothing you don't to start your journey in data science. No coding skills required. You'll analyze real datasets, like one about Starbucks, and learn the skills to draw insights for yourself. In a world overflowing with information, data skills are becoming essential in virtually every field. Brilliant is the perfect place to start learning them. To get hands-on with Kurzgesagt lessons and explore everything Brilliant has to offer, you can start your free 30-day trial by signing up at brilliant.org/nutshell. There's even an extra perk for Kurzgesagt viewers. The first 200 people to use the link get 20% off an annual membership once their trial ends. We love seeing how the gears interlock with our research. Brilliant gives you the tools to understand how everything fits together.
Still very interesting there. Bit of the edge of science there. Could even say. But I think that is where we may wrap things up today, ladies and boys. Jenny, welcome. How are you doing? Just showing up. But I think we're about to wrap things up here because, I mean, we just finished watching, I think, everything that we're still missing to watch on Kurzgesagt. Nothing really else to watch. Not without changing subject, at least, and doing that for the last half hour of the stream would be odd. Rather keep the theme consistent. As such, I think we'll be wrapping up our stream here. Who should we do a battle to raid upon? RPG Camper! Also, welcome, how are you doing? Unless there's a video you guys really want me to see. Yes, RPG Camper, we finished playing Halo Wars 2, and then we've been watching Kurzgesagt for the past hour-ish? Yeah. As an anime short, you would probably like, but I'm not sure if we have 7.5 minutes to watch. Oh, I mean, we have a whole half hour. if you want me to see it. Yeah, so let me know what video is it you want me to watch. Hula Baloo, episode 1. What the fuck are you having me watch? Episode 1. Ah, interesting. So, it's this one right here you want me to watch, right? Yep, alright, we'll give it a watch. Never heard of this. So now, see what's it all about.
Combustible material. Ignite it. Contain the reaction in 8 tiny metal cylinders. And use the force it produces to propel the motor car.
Dad, why are they in the shape of a V?
Well, because that way it can produce a power equivalent to about, 350 horses.
Whoa, 350 horsepower? Do you really think it's possible?
Animation style is cute. I like it.
And then she rode off into the sunset, leaving me with nothing but a broken heart.
I swear, it's the same story, same ending every time.
Well, I hereby predict that the next one shall be different.
Well, I predict that you're not gonna find her in a place like this. What? You think she's just gonna come bursting through that door?
Hello?
Water.
Where were we? Oh, yes. Bartender. He's buying.
Water.
Okay. For some sort of experiment or something.
My, have you ever seen such a fine-looking carriage come rolling through this town before?
Hey, what about the cop? You returned the cop?
I can't say that I have.
So you stole the fucking cop. Nope, she gave the cop back. Okay, we're good.
Leaving you with nothing but a souvenir cup.
Now the setting, but there's cool stuff nonetheless. Rocket now? Oh, okay. GG bang bang moment. Alright.
Keep calm and drink tea.
Okay. Setting seems very confusing.
On the next episode of Hullabaloo.
The Cheshire Cat strikes again. The latest victim was found under some form of hypnotic spell and unable to be awakened. Who can possibly catch this diabolical creature? I think I may know of someone.
So, we got basically a couple girls with steampunk cars in what appears to be 1800s era, but using a lot of designs and aesthetics that clearly don't fit the era. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love steampunk, but a lot of the design choices, especially on the cars themselves, seem incredibly out of place. So, yeah, very confusing. With quite unclear to what it is that they're trying to say. What if this is like episode 1 of the show? The show has not told me what the show is going to be about. And that's something you need to be doing in episode 1. I don't know the name of a single character. I don't know what anyone's motivations are. Even with the steampunk usage, they were clearly going for a combustion engine, which is not steampunk. If anything, that would be diesel punk. The animation is nice, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this one, Chief. So far, I would rate this as being quite good on the animation front. However, it's given us nothing on the story. It's given us nothing. Basically nothing. And that's quite the problem for a first episode. I'm not saying that I needed to know exactly who each and every person is, but I don't even know who a single one person is. I don't even know what one person is or what their goals are. You need to do that with at least one person in the pilot episode of a show. No, I'm glad you did show it to me. It is interesting. There is promise here. There is promise here. But it leaves more questions than answers right now. It feels more like not so much the episode 1 of a show, but more like a technology demonstration. That's what this feels like. This feels like a technology demonstration animation to demonstrate their ability to produce an animation of their stylization. It doesn't feel like an episode 1. It feels like a demonstration. Real. That's what this feels like. And I mean no disrespect towards the people who made this. I'm sure I know for a fact that they would have put an immense amount of effort into this, but I'm trying to give my honest opinion here. Will we watch more of these on stream? Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. Right, anything else you guys want me to see before we wrap up the stream? Pirate Shanty video? That's incredibly vague. Plus, it's music. That has DMCA issues to it. Look up Pirate, I was meant to be Monkey Island. What? About Monkey Island. Pirate, I was meant to be Monkey Island. Yeah, like I said, this is DMCA issues. I'm not watching this. I don't feel safe watching that. No. Yes, I'm quite familiar with what Monkey Island is, RPG Capper. I haven't played Monkey Island, but I've watched multiple videos about it. Plus, I've also done the I watched lore videos on Monkey Island, videos that both talk about the lore as well as the gameplay. And I did that in the lead up to me playing the Monkey Island Tall Tales in Sea of Thieves. So I am familiar with what it is. RPG Capper. let you do that, good sir. Like, I don't mind listening to DMC music because I'll just do that through Chrome, which I've set it onto a different audio channel. So that's not in the VOD, but I'm wanting to do stuff that's going to be in the VOD right now. So that I can maybe clip the video into stuff that I could put to YouTube, right? Has been Hotel out now? Of course, that's a show I've been looking forward to. Has been Hotel release date. What the fuck? Has been. What the fuck, Google? January 19th, 2024. Okay, so it's not out yet. Okay. I've seen the pilot for that. Love it. But it's been like 4 years now. How long has it been? Has been Hotel. Has been Hotel. Yeah, the pilot, the original pilot came out 4 years ago. I also need to catch up on Haluva Boss. So it's been long enough that maybe I haven't watched Haluva Boss in like a year or two. So maybe we could do that on stream at some point, but we don't got enough time to restart doing that. Alright, good night, RPG Camper. So, yeah, with that, we'll wrap things up then, ladies and boys. Who should we raid? We can raid somebody. And I would appreciate anyone who wants to participate in raid because it does help me and all that, and I appreciate people participating in the raid. Yeah, if you want to see me raid a specific person, I'm open to suggestions. Otherwise, I'll pick from somebody in my list of people who I follow. But you got suggestions? Absolutely. We'll raid whoever does your suggestion. Wait, there's the raid message. There we go. So, for the raid, what I want you guys to do is copy that message that Snuff was just posted and add to it whichever milky emojis you have access to. If you do not have access to any of them, you can, of course, unlock them for free using some of your channel points that you got from unlocking from watching the channel, or if you feel so generous, or my brain really farted out right there. Or if you feel generous, you could also subscribe or donate bits. Those will also get you access to milky emojis, but whichever method you choose is up to you. Zophar1. Zophar1. Let me take and give him a look. Let's see. Zophar1. See what they're up to. Zophar1. Oops, are they? Well, they're a flesh tuber. Alright. They're playing retro. Dot hack / outbreak part 3. Game for the PS2 from 2003. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Why not? We'll rate them. Still, a game from 2003 being considered retro? bro. That's only 20 years old, okay? A game being only 20 years old being considered retro? Bro, cringe. Excuse me. Right, let's get the raid actually going. Okay. One. Raid's been created. Alright. There we go, ladies and boys. I'll see ya tomorrow. Don't know if I'll have my morning stream tomorrow, or my noon stream, my worship stream. Don't know if I'll actually get to that or not. But I'll of course attempt to. For both of my streams tomorrow. Right. Good night.